Dismary of Galair, agus Falter of Galair, Chigan Skull. Any? Marie, my sister, of course, has to greet half the world, yes. Anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the O'Connell School. This is our 9th year, and welcome to those of you who've been here before. I know there are some of you who are here for the first time, so welcome to you. Welcome, of course, to our speakers. Really, none of this would be possible without them. I'd like also to maybe welcome especially Mark Daly, the Cahirsiveen of Shanadairn. Mark will be introduced more fully by Ruth in just a moment, but we'd like to welcome him, to thank him for coming. I know it's a busy year for him, Kerry man though he is. He loves visiting all corners of Kerry, but we want to thank him for coming here as Cahirsiveen of Shanadairn, as I say. We'd also like to welcome those who are watching the proceedings via our website. We very tentatively began this procedure last year, the process of live streaming. It worked reasonably well. This year, with a little bit of confidence, we tried to expand it a bit more. And this year, I'm glad to say that we have quite a few people who have pre-registered to watch the proceedings online from the United States, from Britain, various parts of Ireland, and of course our perennial friend out in New Zealand. A very special welcome to her as well. I think this idea of live streaming is actually quite important because a lot of people are not able, for obvious reasons, to visit Kerry, as beautiful as it is, even on a wet day like this. So it gives people an opportunity to interact with the school through the internet. And as I said, we're live streaming the proceedings today. Unfortunately, tomorrow we can't do a live stream from Derrynane because of the poor broadband in that part of Kerry. But what we will do is we will record the proceedings in Derrynane tomorrow, and then they will be available for viewing on our website from Wednesday onwards. So again, a very special welcome to those who are watching the proceedings online. I suppose really I should mention in particular the members of the, now I'm going to get the title of this wrong, so I'm going to describe it in generic terms, but the Irish American, Afro-American, Frederick Douglass / Daniel O'Connell Network. And you can gather that this network, which was established a few years ago, is designed really to explore the connections between O'Connell and Frederick Douglass, and is a fantastic network that is developing from strength to strength and from year to year. And I'm glad in that connection to welcome Bob Young here from Quinnipiac University in Connecticut, who is the curator of the library there, which has a fantastic collection of books and manuscripts relating to the Irish famine, but it's involved in part of that world. But of course, as proper as it is to welcome him here as part of that network, we welcome him back here because his grandparents, his great-grandparents actually, emigrated from Cahirsiveen in the 1890s. So we want to welcome him. Where is he? Here he is, here, Bob Young. So we'd like to give him a special welcome, Bob, and thank you. One of our own coming back to us. And also, I just want to introduce maybe Christine Keneally, who's sitting next to him, who's one of our speakers. Christine also has come here from the United States and is very, very, very much involved in this network. So again, I'd like to welcome and to recognize Christine. Now, finally, I'd like to stick to the program, said I, introducing it 10 minutes late, but we are constrained by time, those who follow the proceedings online, and we, of course, if you're going to go on too long, it has implications for other speakers. So that is my cue to myself to kind of stand down and to put a sock in it, so to speak. So I just want to welcome everybody at this stage, and just hope you enjoy the proceedings. Even if I say so myself, it's always a great weekend. The lectures and the lecturers are always fantastic. So with that, let me introduce Ruth Barrington, who's a member of our committee, who will introduce the first session. Thank you very much, Ruth.
Maurice, thank you very much. And can I echo your welcome to everybody and say how good it is from the point of view of the committee to be organising another school again, and this year with a little less restrictions than the the school last year. There's a picture of some of us in the Kerryman this week. Some of you may have seen it, and we're all wearing our masks and standing in a straight line, socially distanced, and we all look as if we're about to be shot at dawn. So hopefully this year we can take a little bit, a bit more. We are a little bit more relaxed. So now to introduce our first session under the title "A New Dawn?" ? We're coming to the end of towards the end of the decade of commemoration of the momentous events that occurred in the second decade of the last century that shaped Ireland as we know it, the Ireland in which we were born and have lived. And we've marked those occasions each year at the school with a particular focus on the events being celebrated, but to do it in a slightly different way, perhaps slightly different from the national commemoration that has taken place, and also, of course, to give it a local slant, a Kerry slant wherever possible. So this year we're continuing in that vein, and we have three fascinating papers, three excellent speakers to present them. The themes that we're exploring are the Irish Civil War, but looking at it in a European context. And Professor Robert Gervarth is going to talk to us about that. The second talk will be by Senator Mark Daly, Cahirsiveen of the Seanad, on the role of the Seanad in those early years of the new state. And then finally, Bernadette Whelan will talk about the private and public life of a First Lady, the governor, the wife of the Governor General, the first and only Governor General of Ireland, a neglected topic and with a local interest. So first of all, can I introduce Professor Robert Gervarth, who's going to talk about the Irish Civil War in an international context. Professor Gervarth is the Professor of Modern History at University College Dublin. He's also held a number of visiting professorships at Harvard and Yale in particular. He's currently a senior research fellow of the European Research Council, which is the most prestigious award, and is working on the civil wars of the 1920s in Europe. He's published widely, most notably on the First and Second World War and on war and violence in Europe generally. And he's the recipient of numerous awards for his academic work. So it's my pleasure to invite Professor Robert Gervarth to address us now.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for the kind introduction and also for inviting me back to Cahirsiveen. Delighted to be at the summer-autumn school, the Denny O'Connell School, where I've previously spoken a couple of years ago. What I will do in the 20 minutes that have been allocated to me is to talk a little bit about the wider context, European context in which the Irish Civil War has taken place. I want to point to some of the other civil wars that occurred in the same decades, so to speak, roughly between the First World War and the end of the Second World War. And I will also point out some connections between Ireland and these other places. So in a way, I'm trying to address how unique the Irish Civil War was, given that in purely quantitative terms, we're looking at a period in which Europe experiences roughly 30 civil wars. All of them extremely violent, all of them extremely divisive. Many of them fought in similar ways and with similar weapons within communities that had previously been more or less peaceful. So if we look at some of these images that I've brought with me today, all the way from obviously an iconic image from Dublin, we see civil war violence erupting in Russia and indeed in Ukraine, very much in the same spaces where we have the current conflict, but also, of course, in Finland, which is a particularly interesting case because it is a country that is roughly has the same population. The civil war erupts in 1918 and kills about 50,000 people within 3 months. So it's an extremely violent civil war, which compares roughly to the different estimates, 2,500 people who died in Ireland over the course of the civil war. The most brutal civil war of the period, obviously, is the one in Russia after the Lenin's Bolshevik Revolution. The estimates are vastly different that you can find in the literature, but people say that if you factor in people who died from hunger and disease, we're talking about more than 10 million people who succumbed in that short period in the early 1920s. So we're looking at a period of extreme violence in different communities. And one of the questions that I'm currently trying to explore is why Europe in this period experiences so many civil wars, perhaps more civil wars than in any other period, certainly in the modern era. And there are different hypotheses that I'm currently testing. One of them, of course, is that the First World War accelerates the crisis of empire, not just the land empires, which are actually collapsing in 1918, but also it leads to crises of what you might call the Blue Water empires as well. There's a crisis of legitimacy. And within those spaces that are created by the crisis and collapse of land empires, people from the same community fight over different visions for what the future should hold. So you have a whole series of revolutions that are taking place, not just revolutions that aim to change the socioeconomic structures, but also national revolutions, revolutions that aim to create nation states in those spaces that had previously been occupied by land empires. And this kind of accelerates in the period of the First World War. So if you look at a map of Europe here, you see that up until 1914, Europe is very much a continent that is dominated by large land empires. Land empires from Austria-Hungary, at the time actually the second largest land empire in Europe after the Tsarist Empire. And all of these empires disappear as a result of the First World War and the various revolutions that are taking place. And you see the emergence of a whole series of nation states. And these nation states are basically embattled, not just in terms of their frontiers, but also internally divided between people who want socialist republics, who want nationalist states, who want democracy. But also, of course, everything is happening very much under the shadow of the Russian Revolution and the Russian Civil War. So you have different factions in all of these countries, pretty much all of them, fighting against each other for control of these emerging states. And the sort of second factor, which I think helps to explain the eruption of extraordinary levels of violence, is that you have this sort of simultaneous, I already alluded to it, simultaneous emergence of national revolutions and social revolutions. All these questions, which had been lingering, of course, for much longer, already in the 19th century, really are brought into focus during the period of the First World War with extraordinarily violent results. And what makes the subject of civil wars so complicated is that you have a sort of an overlap of different types of political violence. So civil war in its purest form is, I think, more relevant perhaps as an academic category, but in reality, you very often see an overlap of different forms of political violence, interstate wars, but also civil wars and revolutions that are happening at the same time, and which make the scenery, basically, if you're looking at Europe after 1918, extremely messy. I said earlier on that I also wanted to talk about connections between Ireland and some of these other civil wars. So the period of civil wars, which I'm talking about, really comes to an end in Europe around 1949. So you have this whole series of civil wars taking place between the First World War in 1949, and then afterwards, civil war, perhaps with the exception of Northern Ireland, disappears from Europe until the 1990s, until the wars in ex-Yugoslavia. At the same time, however, they move to the non-European world, to the Chinese Civil War, of course, but also in various post-colonial settings. And one interesting form of connecting these civil wars is through people that move from one civil war to another. And this can be different types of people, humanitarians who try to alleviate the effects of civil wars, but also, of course, refugees and so-called securocrats, people who specialize in policing civil wars, but also volunteers, people who basically volunteer to fight for whatever reason, ideological, monetary, out of adventurism, to fight in different territories. And just to give you a concrete example, I'm quite fascinated at the moment by this man, Charles Wickham, who some of you will know, because he is actually involved in a huge number of conflicts at the time. Like many other British officers, he sees combat first during the Boer War, then obviously serves in the First World War, but for the purposes of this lecture, his career becomes really interesting afterwards, because he first volunteers during the Allied intervention in Russia, so he spends time in Siberia. Then he is transferred to Ulster, where he essentially sets up the Royal Ulster Constabulary, whose commander he remains until 1945. Then, in 1945, at the close of the Second World War, he's sent to Greece as the British police commissioner to train local police in their fight against communist insurgents, a post which he retains throughout the Greek Civil War. In 1946, he also spends time in Palestine and advises on the setting up the Palestinian police force. So he really is a kind of an expert, a traveling expert on security matters. And it's interesting that, for example, he reads the reports that he writes, show quite clearly from Athens, show quite clearly that he views the Greek Civil War very much through a Belfast lens. So crosses out Catholic and Protestant and basically replaces them with communist and non-communist, and sort of advises on how such a difficult situation might be policed. But I'm also interested in, if you just let me scroll back for a moment. If you look at these images, it's interesting that civil wars produce very similar images. And one of the reasons for that is that the people who are reporting about civil wars in Europe often tend to be one and the same person. So there's a handful of professional war correspondents emerging in the first half of the 20th century. And talking about the Irish connection, I'm particularly interested in this man, Francis McCulloch, who is largely forgotten. There are some people who still remember him, but he is arguably one of the most important war correspondents in the first half of the 20th century. So this is, as I said, the 1920s, 1930s are kind of a golden age of war reporting. Photographs are being dispatched to news agencies, but also to a variety of publications. So in McCulloch's case, he is originally from Omagh, County Tyrone, where he's the son of the owner of a local pub. He starts working in journalism straight after finishing his education at the Christian Brothers School in Omagh, moves to Southeast Asia and works for a variety of English-speaking Catholic newspapers, before becoming the Asia correspondent for the Japan Times, which was the main English language paper operating out of Tokyo. And in that capacity, he reports from a variety of settings. Interestingly enough, in 1904, he finds himself on board a British merchant ship in Port Arthur in Manchuria, the very same night that Japanese ships attacked the Russian fleet, which was anchored in the very same harbor. And over the coming years, he really kind of establishes a reputation for being in the right place at the right time. So he is in the Balkans during the Balkan Wars as an embedded journalist with the Ottoman army. In 1915, he finds himself in Suvla Bay, where he's temporarily put in charge of the 5th and 6th Irish Fusiliers because all of their officers had been killed in the early stages of the Gallipoli campaign. He's then at the Salonika front when that was opened, and in 1917 he returns to Russia just in time for the Bolshevik Revolution and joins the British military mission in Siberia. So this here shows him, for example, on the right with Admiral Kolchak, who had just declared himself the supreme leader of the Whites. And interestingly enough, when the White movement collapses in Russia, he manages to convince the Bolsheviks that he's not a British spy, which he is, and he conducts several interviews with some of the leading Bolsheviks, including Trotsky. And he also conducts a really interesting interview with the man who was responsible for the killing of the Tsar, who, as he noted, was somewhat ironic that afterwards that man worked as inspector of life insurances in the Ekaterinburg province, which is where the Tsar was murdered. So McCullough really has a major career in the interwar period. He writes a bestseller, Prisoner of the Reds, which was published in 1922, has a big following in the US during the Red Scare years. He talks to huge audiences in America about Bolshevism. He also covers the Irish Civil War, of course, before then returning once again to Europe in 1936, at this point in his 60s, setting off to Spain. But at this point, his very overtly pro-Franco point of view, which is also reflected in the fact that he published an open letter to De Valera calling on Ireland to intervene militarily in defense of Catholicism, meant that his audience was sort of diminishing gradually, with a lot of people obviously having sympathies for the Republican cause as well. And he dies in New York in the aftermath of the Second World War, so he doesn't actually get to cover the Greek Civil War. Nonetheless, he is sort of, I think, representative of a group of people who travel around Europe, who see connections between the Irish case and all these other civil wars emerging at the same time. And I think he's also representative of a number of Irish people being involved in several of these conflicts, producing similar images. And I feel that since we're coming to the end of the centenary now, these connections need to be remembered and brought into focus, because very often, and this is not just, I would say, an Irish problem, but this is true for most civil wars, we tend to be quite inward-looking when we try to understand the development of these conflicts and try not to draw too many comparisons or analogies with events taking place elsewhere. So I'm out of time. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Robert, thank you very much indeed. We're hoping to take some questions at the end of the session, if that's okay. So if you have some questions for Robert, if you'd save them until then. Our next speaker is Senator Mark Daly, who is going to talk on the theme of the evolving role of Seanad Éireann since 1922. Senator Daly is from Kenmare, was elected to the Senate in 2007, and since 2020 has been the Cahirsiveen of that institution. He takes a particular interest in Northern Irish affairs, and I think we've all heard him comment extremely well on the ongoing saga of Brexit as it affects this island. And he also has an interest in the Irish diaspora And just maybe comment on the fact that during the past week, Senator Daly received the Star of the Order of Prince Yaroslav the Wise. Senator Daly was one of 12 speakers of parliamentary assemblies to receive this honour from President Zelensky. Those include Nancy Pelosi and the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, the President of the German Bundestag, and the President of the French Senate. And it's in recognition, and I think this is relevant to our current debate, it's in recognition of those assemblies' support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine. So thank you for receiving that award, I think, on all our behalf. So now if I could invite Cahirsiveen Daly to tell us a bit about the evolution of the Senate. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, the wise, I think, was the interesting part to that title. We seek wisdom in every day in the Shannon Éireann. Actually, interesting point about the Shannon is we start every day with a prayer. I think we should start here with a prayer. No, actually, the actual prayer itself is, I suppose, the embodiment of the Shannon in terms of compromise. So you had a Catholic senator and a Protestant senator come together, write out a prayer and say, what do you think of that? And they both agreed it, and then they brought it to their respective bishops, and the bishops said, okay, that seems acceptable. And then they brought it to the Jewish member of the first Senate, and they just went, okay, whatever you want yourself. And then the chair of the Senate in the Dáil. So every time you see this happening now in the morning, the Ceann Comhairle reads the prayer in the Dáil. In the Shannon, the Cahirsiveen doesn't. It's the clerk. And the reason that happened is my predecessor, the first chair of the Senate, was Lord Glenavy. Lord Glenavy did not have any Irish, as you could imagine. So when this prayer was presented in front of him on the occasion of the first sitting, he just turned to the clerk and said, you read that. And ever since, that's the way it has been. But it's a great honour to be here as the first Kerry Cahirsiveen of Shannon Éireann, probably not the last, hopefully. But I suppose the Senate was established in the midst of a very tragic and bitter civil war in which many family members, including many families, including my own, lost loved ones. And its job was to strengthen the democratic institutions of the state. I suppose the very ironic fact is that my grandfather was fighting to prevent the establishment of the very institution in which I now serve in. And I'm sure, as would have happened 100 years ago, if I was here 100 years ago, I would have been with him. Because obviously, as has been pointed out, in civil wars, it's, well, if it's good enough for Michael Collins, it's good enough for me, and if it's good enough for my neighbour, it's good enough for me. That's kind of generally how people followed in our tragic civil war, which compared to the Finnish one, as has just been outlined, was particularly short and particularly brutal in Finland. Here it was short also, and particularly brutal, as we know, here in the town of Cahirsiveen. And it was a tragedy because on my mother's side, we had a member of the family who was with the Scarteens on the night that they were killed the following morning. And literally they stopped at the junction in the middle of the town, and he said, well, look, I'll head away home and let you go to your house. Their houses were literally only a few doors away from each other, and that decision saved his life. He went to Australia and died at the age of 33, again a casualty of the Civil War. But in the first few months of the Irish Senate, 37 senators were intimidated, were kidnapped, or had their houses burnt down, and none of them resigned. The first Senate was probably the most diverse bunch of politicians we ever had. Of the 60 members, 20 were Protestant, there were 3 Quakers, and 1 lady of Jewish faith. There was W.B. Yeats, our most famous senator. We had a road worker from County Meath, Michael Duffy. We had Eileen Costello, a civil rights campaigner, and please don't fall off your seats. We also had Brian Mahon, the Commander-in-Chief of the British forces in Ireland between 1918 and 1920, was a member of Shannon Éireann, as was the President of Cumann na mBan. You can imagine the conversations they were having over tea. And we had Thomas Henry Grattan Esmond, the great-great-grandson of Henry Grattan of Grattan's Parliament. And The idea of the first Seanad was to create, I suppose, an institution where the Protestant Unionist and Loyalist community had a disproportionate voice to the amount of votes they could ever garner together in any one Dáil constituency to elect a TD. So they had 20 of the Senate's 60. They had effective blocking power because the first Seanad had the opportunity to delay bills for 18 months, which they did time and time again. Their undoing, however, was they went too far. So when Eamon de Valera came along and the Seanad decided to block the Oath of Allegiance, the abolition of the Oath of Allegiance, the legislation to get rid of it, you could imagine that Eamon de Valera was not best pleased. So Eamon de Valera decided that he would abolish the Seanad, but wiser counsel prevailed, and he decided that he wouldn't abolish it, but he would change it. And therefore, the power to block legislation for 18 months and longer was stopped, and he basically made sure that the government had an effective majority, which is now how we have this most convoluted electoral system in the Western world. Its structure is based on Catholic social teaching on the 1930s, devised by a mathematician. What could possibly go wrong with a structure like that? I won't bore you with the details, but it took me 6 months to figure out how the Senate election actually works. And there are 5 panels, and there's Labour and Agriculture and Industrial and Commercial, and there's Administration, there is Culture and Education, there are inside nominations, outside nominations, there are quotas for each of those. You can actually get to the quota in a Senate election and not get a seat. And if you have enough time this afternoon and tomorrow and the day after, I'll explain all that to you. So that's how it evolved, but it evolved electorally, and we still have a referendum that was passed in 1979, to the best of my knowledge, the only referendum that was put to the people, passed by the people, that has never been actually enacted by successive governments in terms of expanding the franchise to people. But the challenge in changing the electoral system for the Seanad is, how do you do that by giving a popular vote to people in terms of getting people popularly elected, but then retaining its unique role in making sure that it is a place for minority voices, as it was 100 years ago, where it was giving a voice to a community. When you think of what was happening in Northern Ireland to the other minority community in the South, they were making a distinct effort to make sure that they had a disproportionate voice in the seat of Parliament. And that evolved over time, obviously. So when De Valera changed the electoral structure, and he still ring-fenced seats for what was the Protestant community, because by giving 3 seats in Trinity, where at the time you had predominantly Protestant graduates, you were virtually guaranteed Protestant senators, and therefore they had a voice in the Senate. And they proved to be the continuation of that idea of minority voices that led to major change. So the father of the House, Senator David Norris, the longest continuing serving senator in the history of the state, 37 years of service, is the embodiment of the idea of the Senate in terms of a minority voice for major change. He was championing causes for change in Irish society when people didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear about the rights of his community, but he also championed other minority communities, other oppressed communities in terms of Palestine. I served with him in the Foreign Affairs Committee, and you'd have Michael D. Higgins and David Norris and Alan Shatter, and I tell you, you pay tickets for that show because they were something else. But the idea that he did, and like our last pandemic, which was the AIDS pandemic, he was talking about the AIDS pandemic that was killing people in Irish society, Irish citizens, quietly, when nobody else would talk about it, because the establishment were kind of didn't want to know, and they didn't want to act. But he forced them to act, as he did in the rights of the gay community, as did Mary Robinson, who also served for 20 years in the Senate. And Mary Robinson, when she came into the Senate in the 1969 Senate election, she changed many laws in relation to Ireland, but using the Senate as a platform to bring voice to those causes and those calls for change. Prior to her becoming a senator, only 4 women served in juries in the previous 10 years. Just imagine the lack of equality in Irish society. And she was able to use the Senate in that regard. So when we did the launch of Seanad 100 this year, we had David Norris and Mary Robinson, and she put forward another call to action in terms of the Senate being a place for the voice of people in relation to climate action and climate justice, and we have taken on that role. We had the Climate Action Committee in last Friday with Eamon Ryan in the Shannon Chamber, and one of the things I was determined to do was open the place up, because, you know, a bit of dust, a bit of air wouldn't do any harm. So we had Eamon Ryan and young people, and talking about the need for the conversation on climate action and climate justice. And we now have our MEPs coming in, talking in 3 months, every 3 months, about what's happening in the European Union. And I had the great opportunity, as you all did, I'm sure, during the pandemic, where people were watching Netflix. I was reading the 14 reports on Shannon reform. If you have trouble sleeping, I can give you all of them. But what I did with them was I looked at them all, and that's a long historic spread of reform. Like every time they do a report on Shannon reform, they find the shelf where the other reports are and they put them on the shelf. But what I did is I reviewed all those and looked at them and said, well, what can we do now in relation to implementing those? So we literally implemented all the reforms that were in the power of the Senate to do. So things like an Oireachtas committee does a report. 12 months later, the Senate is now going to review the recommendations of those reports and say, well, what has happened, Minister, with the chair of the committee and the Minister and the members of the committee in the Senate chamber. We're now doing Senate panel forms. Each electoral constituency in the Senate has a panel. You've culture, agriculture, and labour, as I outlined, and bringing in the members of those committees and talking about issues of concern to them. So the universities was one of the first ones where we have, again, hold on to your seats, we have universities who are signing non-disclosure agreements with the perpetrator and the victim, and they can, in the non-disclosure agreement is a non-disclosure agreement that they can't say that there is a non-disclosure agreement. So the government actually don't know, including the university isn't allowed to tell people that there's a non-disclosure agreement. So the government don't know how many non-disclosure agreements there are. So it's a well, we continue to do what we did in other crises and scandals in relation to victims. And the government are now, because of that, us highlighting that issue in the Shannon, are bringing in legislation to look at that particular issue. And the one that, and again, this one will bore you to death altogether, but the one that is in every report is about European Union scrutiny. Now, let me explain to you European Union scrutiny, right? European Union scrutiny, what happens today is an EU directive comes in and it is transposed by way of statutory instrument by a minister, right? To translate that, they bring in like 16 pages of an EU law, they add to it, it could end up at 36 pages, and then the minister signs it into law. No TD, no senator, no committee sees it before that happens. The worst example of that was the law in relation to organ donor transplant, which I was involved in, and it's the first and today the only piece of organ donor legislation in the history of the state. It started as 16 pages from Europe. It ended up as 36 pages by the department. By the time the Department of Health was finished with it, the minister signed it. Nobody saw it. It was the worst transposition of that legislation in Europe, according to the Irish Kidney Association. So I asked the Taoiseach that the Senate would take a lead role in that, and what we're now doing is the Senate will look at those before they're signed and send them to the various committees. But the more important part, which we didn't tell the civil servants before we started looking at this, is we are incurring millions in fines by not actually doing those on time. So the Senate's role, Michael McDowell will be the chair, by the way, will be to look at how much fines have we incurred since the last meeting, and then call people to account. But we also had, and that was yesterday, which is why I was late coming down last night, we also had this, the theme of Shannon 100 is, while we're glancing back, we are looking forward as well. We're looking into the future. And one of the most interesting, I'm going to ask a question to the audience, if I'm allowed to ask questions to the audience. Am I allowed to ask questions? Okay, so this is a interactive part, is the person voted by the people of Ireland in 2001 was a member of Shannon. Anyone have an idea? This is an RTE opinion poll, so obviously that's the one that counts. The person voted by the people of Ireland, Irish person of the 20th century, was a member of Shannon. Anyone have any idea who it was? No, it wasn't me, so let's start with that. That'll give that, you've only 850 more to pick from. Anyone have any idea? I know, I should have known my audience. Every other place, there are like Padraig Pearse, no. Michael Collins, no. All right, the prize, you get the prize. Dinner for two in the members' dining room, Leinster House, okay. So T.K. Whittaker was the man voted by the people of Ireland as Irish person of the 20th century. And we know, when we were doing Shannon 100, we did a number of exhibits on the minority voices major change. And we did the ones of the 26, so there's been 26 Shannon, of which T.K. Whittaker was featured in. And everyone knows he's a fascinating man. What everyone doesn't quite know is he did what many civil servants are quite good at. He said, here's something that's very bad. You don't want us to do this, but here's the answer to this very bad thing that I've just highlighted. So back in 1956, he wrote a memo to the Taoiseach, and he said, things are so bad economically in Ireland that we should seriously consider rejoining the United Kingdom. Now, how that'll get you Irish person of the 20th century, I don't know. But I think that was as a preparation for the next point. However, if we do change our economic policies, we have a chance of recovery, which came back to the Economic Programme for Recovery, which then led on to the next, the Ireland we have today, the society, the companies that we have, the foreign direct investment, and all of that. And I'll finish on this. We were doing Shannon 100 yesterday, and it's relevant to T.K. Whittaker because in terms of we were looking at the constitutional future of the island of Ireland in the Senate chamber with members from the SDL, for the Scottish National Party, MPs from Westminster. We had Raymond McCord, who's a unionist, who said, I've never heard anything that would make me vote for United Ireland. We've had church leaders from different faith backgrounds, Methodists and Presbyterians and others. We've had unionists in who were saying, we'd never vote for United Ireland. One unionist made the point that I live in Derry. I feel like I live in a United Ireland. And he says, I feel like I'm just about tolerated. And that's important for us to hear in the Senate chamber because of its original function was to be a voice for everybody. And in that conversation that we're having about the constitutional future of the island of Ireland, we have obviously the lesson of Brexit in front of us where we go, you never have a referendum unless everybody knows what they're voting for, what the future would look like. And you have the long conversation before you put the question, and the question and the referendum is the full stop in that conversation. But I go back to T.K. Whittaker, and he wrote, again, a minority voice. So our whole team on Shannon 100 is minority voices from the very first day of the first Shannon, T.K. Whittaker, to now, where we've Eileen Flynn, a member of the Traveller community, who would never get, well, would be very unlikely to get elected to Dáil. And T.K. Whittaker wrote a memo on the 11th of November 1968 to the Taoiseach. It's an 11-page document, and it should be our guiding light in the way ahead on this discussion in relation to the future of this island. And he said, we are left, in the issue of a United Ireland, he said, a military option is clearly unfeasible, and therefore we are left with one choice, a policy of seeking unity in Ireland between Irishmen. Of its nature, this is a long-term policy, requiring patience and persistence and forbearance and resolute resistance to emotionalism or opportunism, but is nonetheless patriotic for that. Garmagat Galia.
Senator Daly, thank you very much indeed for bringing the Shannon to life in the way you have done and really making it so relevant to our times. And congratulations on the work you are doing in that particular regard. Our third speaker this morning, Professor Bernadette Whelan, is going to talk about the private and public life of a First Lady in 1920s Ireland. Bernadette is Professor Emerita at the University of Limerick and is completing a manuscript entitled First Ladies and First Gentlemen, the evolution of the role in Ireland 1919 to 2011. Amongst other things, Bernadette is the co-editor of documents on Irish foreign policy, and there's a new volume of that of those documents due by the end of the year, volume 13. She's also the author of an important book on De Valera and Roosevelt, Irish and American Diplomatic Relations, 1932 to 1939, published by the Cambridge University Press last year. So I have great pleasure in inviting Professor Whelan to address us now. Thank you.
Morning, everyone, and thanks for coming out. I don't thank the committee for putting me after one of the best performers in the parliamentary system. However, I'll do my best. I do thank the committee for the very kind invitation to attend and speak to you today, to Maurice, Mary, and to Ruth for her introduction. So one of my COVID projects was to try and look at a history of and recreate a history of what I call the Irish First Lady. And the First Gentleman is in there as well, which hopefully will be out next year. It seemed appropriate to focus on the 1920s for this conference, and particularly for the school, and particularly for this session, which is titled A New Dawn, because I'm going to look at the 1920s. And 100 years ago, in 1922, signaled the beginning of, as we've heard, the final phase in Ireland's revolution. We had the Anglo-Irish Treaty was ratified, the Irish Free State was established, the Civil War started, and partition was consolidated when the Northern Ireland government opposed the Free State settlement. Now, against this background, nationalists supported either the President of the Irish Republic, Eamon de Valera, or William T. Cosgrave, soon to be President of the Executive Council of the Free State. And if you supported him, it meant that you also endorsed the role and post of the first Governor General, Tim Healy, whom most of you will know here. I'm sure that Healy Pass is called after. Each post holder was also a married man, and his wife in other countries would have been known as a First Lady. The term is less used here in Ireland, and rarely used really in any kind of, certainly in official documents or indeed by civil servants, until around the 1970s. However, what I want to try and have you to think about today is whether that term should be something that could be applied in a more formal way. And we'll start with the three women who are married to the three post holders that I've referenced. Let's see if the movement here. There we go, good man. So December 1922 brought upheaval to Irina Healy's life. Born in 1861 to Timothy Daniel Sullivan, T.D. Sullivan and Catherine Healy, the Sullivan and Healy families had a number of interconnections. They were through intermarriage, and then also they were known as the Bantry Band of Home Rule Constitutionalists. Irina was an intellectual with considerable literary and cultural attainments and had a polished wit and charming manner. She was a member of the Ladies' Land League, and after marriage to solicitor and parliamentarian Timothy Healy, her cousin in 1882 became his advisor and confidant. Oops, going the wrong way there. Yeah. Now you can see Irina here. This is outside the Orris, or the Viceregal Lodge as it was known at the time. Now what's interesting about it, you can see she's been supported by her husband in the centre, the Governor General, and then her daughter on the right. And that in itself will become significant in a moment. But as I said, she was extremely intellectual, intelligent, active woman. And she was a member, as I said, she was politicized, a member of the Land League. She was highly interested in the Home Rule movement, and her personal talents, her accomplishments, public interests and political interests made Irina ideally suited to the role of the wife of the first Governor General. Unfortunately, she suffered a severe stroke in 1921, which partially paralysed her and impaired her speech, though not her intellect. And what's interesting about here, as you can see, is she's actually standing up. So she was able to move around a little bit with some support. Now, the Cosgrave government treated the Governor General post with a courtesy, but really that was about it, because it also tried to undermine it, really just regarding it as a cipher to the British side, to use Halpin's word, and part of just the treaty bargain. In other words, they had no choice in a lot of ways. Initially, the Healys wanted to continue to live in their own residence, which still exists today. It's Glenallen. Those of you from Dublin may know it. It's a nursing home in Chapel Lizard. And it was a house that the Healys had built specifically for themselves. So they were deeply attached to that building, wanted to stay there, But President Cosgrave regarded the Viceregal Lodge as a, quote, suitable residence, and there weren't too many other ideas of what to do with it, at least at that stage. There would be later on. And it was more easily defended during the ongoing Civil War. Healy's swearing-in ceremony, though, was almost perfunctory, taking place in Glenallen, and more generally, government expenditure on the office and household was monitored by officials, by politicians and journalists, plus ça change, and indeed for what was the Healys called any illegal spending. So we have this continuity from the British period, A, that the state would provide for and support the role of the Governor-General, and B, there's this constant monitoring. Other continuities from the period of British rule. The lodge was a home, as well as fulfilling ceremonial and administrative functions. The household comprised a secretariat, again inherited from the British period, led by the controller of the household, who would become Secretary General of the Department of the President, and domestic maintenance security staff, many of whom lived in-house. Soon the Healys believed that the continuous presence of such staff reduced their privacy and emphasised the unfreedom of the office. These would be views that would be held also by the later incumbents, particularly after 37. It was something that even Lady Aberdeen absolutely objected to, one of the other earlier Lady Vicereals. Now, another continuity from the British period centred on Irena's role, Irena's own role. The wife of the Governor-General, similar to the wife of the Lord Lieutenant, had duties. She was expected to supervise the running of the household, act as a social hostess, and perform an external role as well. Irena certainly assisted with the management of the house, but she also tried to maintain a private life in what was her home residence. And that balance as well is something that future wives of presidents would struggle to maintain. As we saw there earlier, she was able to stand with support. It seems that she was probably fully paralysed for about a year, but otherwise she used a wheelchair to attend Roman Catholic Mass in the lodge's chapel, often served by her son, whom she delighted in, was a member of the Society of Jesus and been able to attend there. There was also a lift had been installed in the house between 2 floors, so that was kind of handy for her as well. And she loved visiting the gardens and went out at least twice a day, or was pushed out in her wheelchair. She also read a lot, dealt with her own correspondence, and welcomed friends and family. Now, among the latter during the Civil War period was her sister Anne and her young daughters, who came to stay following the IRA murder of Dr. Thomas O'Higgins, and who was Tim Healy's first cousin. So that's kind of her sister, but also then the sister's husband was a cousin of her husband, of Tim Healy. And he was murdered on the 11th of February 1923, and the family home in Stradbally was burnt down. So they came and stayed for a period of time until April 1923. The Civil War were anxious years for the Healys in other ways. The Governor-General believed it was a target for murder, and that his home was always ripe for burning. And security around the lodge increased after the February murder. Irena's support, though, for the Free State remained steadfast. Prior to the ending of the Civil War, she was viewed the regiment. It was a change of regiments of the Free State Army outside in the gardens of the lodge, and they were being changed from there being Midland and Western, from being Ulster, an Ulster regiment, to Midlands and Western Counties soldiers were changing over, and they were marching through the Phoenix Park. And she managed to say, "They're our own," and then cried. It's recorded by her daughter in an unpublished memoir in Healy Papers in UCD. Now, as noted, the Cosgrave government insisted that the office of the Governor-General had none of the conspicuous ceremony associated with British rule. Nevertheless, Irena's daughters, Maeve and Elizabeth, more than their mother, though she does, as we'll see, go out at times, acted as hostess in the lodge for dinners, lunches, garden parties and dances, all of which continued throughout the period. Lady Hazel Lavery, who often acted in the lodge with her artist husband, Sir John, who often stayed in the lodge, I should say, with her artist husband, Sir John Lavery, also performed what Oliver St. Golgory called an acting Lady Vicereine function. It was a bit of a a criticism of her, because the Laverys also wanted the post of Governor General and went for it a few times. They'd hoped to get it not only when the Healys got it, but then also when the MacNeils got it later on. But irrespective of who was hostess, the lodge remained an important social venue for Irish and foreign visitors, and you see one set of visitors here. Neither was Arena excluded from official events in the lodge. Edward Hanna, the Roman Catholic Archbishop of San Francisco, when he visited, he gave her his blessing. Now, outside the lodge, the wife of the Governor General had functions and duties as well. And Arena accompanied her husband to a Free State Army ball, but more often than not, it was Maeve and Elizabeth again who accompanied their father on many of his duties, as did his nephew, Minister Kevin O'Higgins, and the Laverys sometimes. In June 1927, Arena fell ill and died on the 8th of July, just 2 days before her nephew, Kevin O'Higgins, was assassinated. An obituary writer wrote about her that her personal attributes and intellectual appreciation and inspiration made her undoubtedly a most useful asset to her husband in the making of his career. The fragmentary evidence that we have of Arena's life suggests that she would have relished the opportunity to make more of a mark as the wife of the Governor General, which indeed her successor, Josephine MacNeil, did. So let's move on. The Governor General was the official representative of the British sovereign in the Free State. And W.T. Cosgrave was, of course, head of government. His wife, Louisa, who we can see here, was born in 1882 to Michael and Anne Flanagan in the family home, Portmahon House. It was an impressive, detached house in the South Circular Road in Dublin. He was extremely wealthy, supplying the Dublin market with vegetables and exporting to the continent. And he was extremely politicised as well, and active politically, particularly in local politics on Dublin Corporation. Until her marriage to W.T. in 1919, Louisa lived in what her brother described as a luxurious home with servants in the company of her widowed father, who indulged her and her brothers. Louisa's son, Liam, another, as we know later, Taoiseach, described her as a quiet person with a mild character. Yet we know from other evidence that she enjoyed company, had a great sense of humour. She was also interested in public and political affairs and was a member of the Board of Governors of the Royal Hospital for Incurables in Dublin. By 1922, the Cosgraves were now residing in Beach Park House, which was a 5-bedroom detached house on its own land on Scholarstown Road. A house given to Louisa, always remained in her own ownership right to her death, by her father as a wedding present. Louisa's domestic household comprised a cook, general servants, a nanny or governess, and a caretaker who lived in the Gate Lodge. Now, alongside rearing her children, and you can see the 2 boys up there at the top right, Liam and Micheál, and running her household, her personal interests included reading, music, art. She exchanged loads of letters with the Bishop of Ennis, Fogarty. She had a great interest in horses and was a very accomplished horsewoman in her youth, hosting and visiting family and friends and charitable works. She was a child of Mary, which of course so many young Irish women were, and then also a secular member of the Third Order of St. Francis. Like her husband, she supported the treaty, and indeed, while it was being debated in the Mansion House, Louisa was shopping in Switzer's shop, and don't think of that as elitist. At the time, even Hannah Sheehy Skeffington shopped there as well, on Grafton Street, and she heard that the anti-treaty Cumann O'Mahon planned to hoist the Union Jack flag over the Mansion House, just to illustrate to the deputies discussing the treaty there the consequences of approval, in other words, continued British rule. Louisa heard this from being discussed on the floor in the shop, carried this quite astonishing news to her husband and his colleagues, and the flag wasn't raised. Now, throughout 1922 and 1923, the Civil War, absolutely, as we know, impinged not just on the Free State, on ministers and politicians, but indeed also on Louisa's personal household. Her husband was under a kidnap threat from the IRA, and soon her home became a target for anti-treaty forces. In January 23, Beach Park was raided by an anti-treaty side and burnt down, and you can see it here bottom right. except for a portion at the rear. And it had wonderful Irish-made, by the Yates sisters, cool of furniture and carpets that had been made, and all of which was burnt. Now, it was rebuilt by 1924, when, and until then, the family lived, the family had moved out, split up. Some of them were in the Curragh, others were back in his mother's house. But it was rebuilt, as I say, by 24, from when the family lived then with a security, a permanent security presence, about 24 soldiers located in kind of huts around the land. Now, the ending of the Civil War didn't reduce security concerns. The Curragh Mutiny, or crisis as some call it, in early 24 threatened the Free State stability. President Cosgrave, as we know, adopted a conciliatory approach, but then withdrew from the crisis, ostensibly due to illness, which some historians would call a diplomatic illness. Louisa, though, was exercised enough about the situation to raise it with Min Mulcahy, Richard Mulcahy's wife. And she feared, she said, for her husband's health. Her husband survived the challenges, we know, re-established his authority, the Free State survived. But perhaps the most single dramatic event of Cosgrave's tenure was the murder on the 10th of July 27 of Kevin O'Higgins, on his way home, as we know, on his way to Mass in Booterstown, County Dublin. On the same day, William T was late returning from Mass, and Louisa herself feared that her husband had been attacked as well. Security was intensified even further and continued not just through, as we know, WT's reign, but then also when he had stood down as president, he remained leader of the opposition, and then of course their son became involved in politics. Now, despite such threats and tensions and perhaps disliking publicity, Louisa fulfilled official duties associated with her role. On at least 3 occasions, she was presented to the public in film, the new communications media in public life and political life. And she accompanied her husband to a range of events, including as you would expect, the official opening of the first hydroelectric generating plant at Nardnacrusha, which symbolized Free State stability and, of course, modernization and progress. One of the rare occasions where she actually attends a public event on her own, without her husband, was the centenary meeting for Catholic emancipation held at the Rock of Cashel in Tipperary in 1929, where her good friend Count McCormack was singing, and she felt he was under pressure and nervous. She was able to identify that in his voice. A key aim, though, for the Free State was to establish not just to consolidate itself at home, obviously, and deal with those threats, but then also to establish its legitimacy and independence as a sovereign state on the international stage. And soft diplomacy played a very important part here. The Cosgraves hosted garden parties. Their first in 1924 was for guests attending the Royal Dublin Society Horse Show and Éineacht Tealtaine Games. The most important, though, what historians would regard, of the 61 distinguished visitors who visited the Free State at the time was the US Secretary of State, we can see here, Frank Kellogg, who was accompanied by his wife Clara in 1928. Now, what was interesting about this was that a revised order of precedence protocol had to be put in place, which permitted Louisa to be the first on board the USS Detroit that had carried the Kelloggs and WT from Paris back over to Dunleary, because Governor General MacNeill was not present. At the dinner given by the MacNeills then in the Viceregal Lodge, again, protocol had to be amended, and it seated her beside Secretary Kellogg, the principal guest. The Americans had tea with the Cosgraves in Beach Park, and Louisa was also present when they, and part of the main party, when they departed Ireland on the 3rd of September. Now, she accompanied her husband on just one foreign trip to Bobbio in Italy as part of a national pilgrimage. But they were received privately as a couple by Pope Pius XI. Now, when compared with wives of other ministers during the Free State period, like, for example, Anne Blythe, wife of the Minister for Finance, Louisa seems to have devoted really much less time to public service. However, ill health, including possible depression due to an infant death, an evolving bureaucracy that was underfunded, combined to the existence of the Governor General post, may have limited her public life, Nonetheless, she was known by the public. She was often cheered when she came in and out of events. She was well liked, it seems, and there was nothing terrifyingly official about her, and what was much more than just a genial personality. Now, Irish nationalists who opposed the treaty supported Eamon de Valera as the President of the Irish Republic, who was married to Sinead de Valera, born in 1875 in Balbriggan to Lawrence and Margaret Flanagan. As we know, she was a teacher and activist, and she was well known in Republican and cultural nationalist circles. We see an image here of her from Terry de Valera's memoir on her wedding day, and I'll refer to the other two in a moment. But prior to 1922, in other words, prior to the Free State, she was already sought out by Irish and international journalists for comments and interviews, and Sinn Féin supporters in the United States described her as a First Lady. Now, the reason I put up this is you can see in the image there, it's from the Hartford Daily Courant, 8 of September 1920. She went to the States, as you know, in 1920 for a period to join him while he was out there, even though he didn't know she was coming. Apparently he didn't like it at the beginning, but they settled into it. They went on holidays up to what was called the Inglewood Inn, and this little piece appeared in the newspaper. You can see the image of her there in the middle is lifted from the top photograph when she was involved in the Gaelic League play. I love the one and the other one on the other side from when they were in New York in Plattsburgh. We rarely see her as a young woman. We usually have this image of her as an older woman. And here you can see there's a liveliness, I think, about her this is from the De Valera papers. But she often found the extent of the publicity before 22, as I say, so tiresome, because it really took her away from what would be a large family of 7 children, which she managed with the help of a maid. And she managed it on very slender financial resources, while also tried to write as what she called stuff, as she called her stories and articles, but accepted it was part of her duty to the Sinn Féin party and cause. The reference to stuff is actually in a letter that she sends to Kathleen O'Connell, and I know we're launching tomorrow a collection of those letters. So it'll be interesting to see what else is in there on the relationship with Sinead. When Sinead saw the oath of allegiance to the British monarchy in the treaty, it seemed to her as if, quote, the Wicklow Hills had a reproachful look. I prayed that the treaty would not remain in the form which it was. The De Valeras were, as you know, anti-treaty, and that position signalled a new phase in their personal and public lives. She admitted that, quote, people were anxious for peace, but I think in years to come, people will be glad to say they were anti-treaty. Now, the Civil War certainly increased the challenges in her life. It was difficult for her to meet her husband, who was on the run from Free State forces, but she got on with her responsibilities. She arranged, as she always did, another house move to 18 Claremont Road in Sandymount, which was raided on many occasions by soldiers. On one occasion, she was indignant that a soldier laughed at her when she spoke in Irish, as if it were a joke, she said. She believed it was the, quote, saddest to be raided by our own people. So as the Civil War dragged on, she also assisted in a mediation effort by passing on documents which Edith Ellis, an English Quaker and peace activist, left with her. She passed them on to Eamon de Valera. He agreed with the sentiments about the need for peace, but refused to do anything about it, obviously. Even though the anti-treatyites announced a ceasefire in April 1923, Sinead's life remained turbulent. Her husband was regularly detained. Often she didn't know of his whereabouts. You can see here, American newspapers sought interviews with her about this. In addition to making prison visits and managing her household, she took the children on holidays to Roundstone and County Galway, where she'd hoped they'd hear Irish spoken. We heard little, but the children had 2 delightful months. During that sojourn, a journalist even sought her out then to ask her if her husband would be joining her. She replied, official business must be attended to first. But her wish, interestingly, not to be photographed was respected. She also found time to deliver a lecture, which is referred to here in the Freeman's Journal, in Florence Hall in Bray at a Sinn Féin, it was a Sinn Féin concert in aid of the Republic Election Fund. And during it, she appealed to the girls of Ireland to realise their power and responsibility to do something, particularly to promote the Irish language. She was given an enthusiastic reaction by a crowded house. Now, that kind of activism on behalf of the Irish language would really define her public life right through to her death, and belie the views that she was shy and reserved. From an early stage, she prioritized her time. Just the final two, you can see there the large family I had, and this was before 1935, that photograph of her family, because Brian, as you can see there at the back on the right, as we know, died in a riding accident then, which took her a long while to get over. It's one of the rare ones where you see the full family there. I love the one on the right as well, because we see her here as a very vibrant, active woman. Again, outside the Áras, it's before 1950, because obviously Douglas Hyde was the first Uachtaráin na hÉireann. So with all those sorts of responsibilities, she, as I said, just picked and chose what she wanted to do. In March 1926, as we know, Eamon de Valera resigned as president of Sinn Féin and the Irish Republic, thus ending Sinead's first tenure, and it was only her first, as the wife of a president. So in conclusion, I've just given you a very, very small snapshot of the public and private lives of Irina Healy, Louisa Cosgrave and Sinead de Valera. I think they really reveal that each woman shared her husband's and his party's political values, and whether pro or anti-treaty, each woman performed duties in the national interest, thereby accustoming the public to a female figure who could provide leadership and patronage. And these were defining features of a first lady role elsewhere, which of course would be expanded upon and developed from 1937 onwards by the wife of Uachtaráin na hÉireann. Thank you very much.
Bernadette, thank you very much indeed. A fascinating snapshot of these extraordinary women who, to some extent, were eclipsed by their more famous husbands, but still contributed greatly to the establishment of the country as we know it. Now we have time for questions, and I'm going to invite you to put some questions to our speakers. We have to ask you to use the microphone, because conscious of the fact that we have participants online who need to hear what the question is. So with that little advice, can I ask anybody what to put up? Yes, please.
Hello, Neil Fenton. Just a question for Professor Robert Gerwath. Most of the civil wars that you were talking about throughout Europe in the 1910s and 1920s were quite politically, ideologically driven, apart from the local divisions, and often separated out into a fight between socialists and capitalists or conservatives. How was the Irish Civil War seen in that context? Because we tend not to see it in that context here in this country.
Yeah, thank you for the great question. I would agree with you that obviously Bolshevism and anti-Bolshevism plays a much more significant role in East Central Europe and Central Europe in the 1920s than it does here. I see an interesting parallel perhaps in that most of the civil wars are actually not just fought between left and right, but very often between fraternal enemies that have similar backgrounds. So in Germany, for example, it's a fight between so-called majority social democrats and the independent social democrats, so people who came from the same party in the same way that is the case here in Ireland. And very often in civil wars, there seems to be one fault line which divides the two groups, but in reality, there are many. So even in Russia, the whites are better described as anti-reds, because it spans from monarchists all the way to the socialist revolutionaries, which are themselves, of course, a left-wing Marxist political party. So I think that is perhaps one of the major parallels, that these are often fought between, as I said, fraternal enemies who disagree on the future of society post-independence. So I'll probably kind of try to contextualize it in that way. But yes, I agree. Bolshevism in and of itself is certainly not as relevant here as it would have been the closer you get to Russia itself.
I have a very similar question or remark for Professor Garwat, that the global view naturally, especially in such a short time for such a vast subject, tends to gloss over the peculiarities of individual civil wars. And the Irish Civil War was a very peculiar affair. It happened in the aftermath of the expulsion or part expulsion of a foreign power, a power of occupation. And it was a continuation, really, of whether it was about whether to continue the War of Independence or accept the treaty. And then this determined Irish politics for generations afterwards, and still does to some extent. In some cases, it was very peculiar, and certainly very different from the kind of ideological conflicts that took place in Russia and elsewhere.
I would very much agree that all of these civil wars have their peculiarities. So what I was trying to do is to point out, and I think we're talking about these peculiarities all the time. So, but what we're not talking about is what they may have in common. And I would argue it's probably not a coincidence that they're all happening within this relatively short period of time. So then the question would be, what caused this near simultaneity of conflict? And I would actually see some parallels, because many civil wars, also interstate wars in Central Europe, are also fought against imperial powers. You know, these are conflicts that are fought in what you might call imperial shatter zones. Empires are vanishing, new nation states are emerging, but no one knows exactly what this nation state stands for. And so you have conflicting parties that one side might say, well, we want to be a republic, and the others might say, well, no, actually, we're much more in favor of a socialist dictatorship. And so you have these different groups fighting against each other. And here I would probably see a parallel actually to the Irish case, because you have two groups falling out with each other. Both of them are Republican in their core, but they have disagreements about the future borders of the state, about the nature of that state. So all of that rings very familiar, actually, when you look at other post-imperial states in East Central Europe. And that includes, in some ways, also Finland, of course, which was part of the Russian Empire, but had been autonomous. So a form of home rule, if you like, had enjoyed it, had not been officially a combatant in the First World War. As I said before, roughly similar size as in terms of population size as Ireland. So I think that this is actually a parallel which is underexplored and which is worth looking into in much more detail than has been the case thus far.
Okay. Lady here.
Hello. Hello. Thank you all for your interesting talk. This is for Professor Garbutt again. I'm just wondering, did Charles Wickham write any book on his exploits?
No, but he wrote lots of reports for the government. So there's no biography of him. There are a few articles on him. There is now an increased interest among historians in what is often referred to as trans-imperial networks and careers of people like him who connect different geographical contexts. So particularly in the context of colonial violence, so lots of people from within the British Army who are spending their careers moving from one troubled hotspot of violence to another. And many of them, of course, transition through Ireland. So there's a lot of interest in, for example, also the Black and Tans who are then moving to Palestine. What does that tell us about the nature of imperial conflict in this period? What are the learning processes, the learning curves for these men? And what does it tell us about strategies that are employed in different contexts? So there is a kind of partly unwritten, partly written manual of how to fight colonial insurrections. And he's very much part of that conversation, if you like. But no, interestingly enough, there's no biography that I'm aware of.
Could I abuse my position and maybe ask a question of Senator Daly? You quite rightly spoke about the need to prepare the ground for any future referendum on Irish unity. And I just wonder, have you given any thought to what the future role of the Seanad might be in such a
Oh, that's beyond my
such
pay
a
grade, that one.
change?
No, I suppose, as I said there, the lesson of Brexit is a great example of lack of preparation. And, you know, the Good Friday Agreement, and we're lucky enough to have Bertie Ahern coming in later. He made like, you know, this the 24th anniversary of it this year. Next year, the 25th anniversary. But that continues on after any referendum, unless the referendum itself or the negotiations would change it. So, in essence, Northern Ireland would still have an assembly. You're talking about like a police force. Are you having 2 police forces? Are you having 2 even soccer teams? All that, those discussions. And I'm sure the Seanad would have a role. We had someone yesterday in the public consultation saying that the administrative or political capital would move from Dublin, but not necessarily to Belfast, but would move across the border. So there are all the discussions that would be held in advance. But really, I suppose the Seanad, and that's kind of one of the things in looking back into its role 100 years ago, is saying that its place has always been for minority voices. And there are a lot more minorities in Ireland now than there was 100 years ago. So we'll continue to have a role. But like that, what that role would be is that there's a lot of discussion in advance of that. But talking to, as we all know, because of Brexit, no one was talking about the issue of constitutional change until Brexit. And even the demographics results that came out just this year, if it hadn't been for Brexit, people wouldn't be talking about that. But talking to members of the Unionist community, if Scotland leaves, and that's why we're talking to the Scottish National Party, if Scotland leaves the United Kingdom, Unionist connection to the United Kingdom is through Scotland. And if Scotland goes, as one Unionist politician said to me, we were having coffee up in Belfast, he said, well, that's like the mothership leaving. And then like, we're trying to be part of something that is no longer there. So that way in of itself. So the next, and one of the, and I'll finish on this, one of the things, as we were talking about the decade of centenaries, nobody who was alive in 1913 could have imagined the world that would have been there 10 years ago in 1923. Nobody. If you give them a blank piece of paper, as many sheets of paper, they said, imagine the change that is going to happen in the next 10 years. They couldn't. And now you'll correct me on this one. I think Ireland, or the Free State, was the only state to get any element of independence from a winning power in the First World War. Just imagine that. All the countries that were created in Europe and around the world were created from losing powers. Whereas Ireland managed to do something that was quite extraordinary. Much and all as we disputed whether or not that was enough, but it was certainly a monumental achievement of the founders of the state that we were able to get independence from a winning power in the war. But you could not have imagined the world in 1923 if you were given that sheet of paper in 1913. And we're in a similar situation at this moment in time. Is what we do now in the next 10 years will decide the next 100. And that's the thing about making haste slowly is, you know, after 850 years of us having a dispute, we actually now have to sit down and say, well, how can we work a shared island that respects everybody? And there is a lot of fear in Northern Ireland. You know, there is a lot of fear in the Unionist community about the change. They get thrown under the bus by the Conservative Party every other week. So they don't tend to trust anyone. So that is the challenge. The next 10 years will decide the next 100. What we do and what we fail to do will have an impact for generations to come. And that's a lesson in history. You know, history doesn't repeat itself as much as it rhymes. We just wanted that rhyming to be a bit better than the last time.
Thank you very much, Senator. Now, another question here. Yes, please.
This is a question for Professor Goeth. Just in regard to your researches in European civil wars of the 20th century, do you see any of the ingredients in those civil wars at present in the United States?
Well, yeah, good question. Well, obviously, it is an interesting, particularly interesting question because the United States is a post-Civil War society as well, with the Civil War as a sort of, in some ways, foundational moment in the history of that country, and with currently lots of references in public discourse back to those days. And are we there yet again in a situation where violence could escalate? And we've all seen the images in Capitol Hill, and there is grave concern given the amount of weapons that are freely available and that circulate in the United States. I personally don't see that danger because usually civil wars occur in moments when the state is weak and there is space for conflicting parties to question the monopoly on legitimate force. So I don't see that at the moment. Those images that we saw, I think, were a temporary blip, but I do believe that the American state is strong and that it is capable of maintaining the monopoly on legitimate force if necessary. So I'm optimistic.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Now, do we have time for one more question? Down the back, please. Sorry about that now. And then we're going to break for coffee.
Hi, Michael O'Connell here from Cahirsiveen. I should say at the very start, when I left school in 1889, I got a place in UCC to do history, but I was convinced that there was no jobs in history, so therefore I'm off doing accounting with Dan Sullivan in Athlone. Obviously, times have changed dramatically since the 80s, and there would have been a job, and I would have learned a lot more because history was my first love, shall we say. But anyway, I suppose this is really for Senator Mark. That one, I suppose, with the Seanad having an enforced majority with the government, the first point I would make, does that not take the teeth out of the Seanad to be able to challenge the Dáil? The Dáil is driven by politicians who need to get elected, where the Seanad, while elected, not in the same way. That'd be the first point. And the second one is around the role of the Seanad and trying helping society dealing with groupthink. We suffer greatly from groupthink. I think the greatest example, probably the 2008 crash, where if you didn't have a second house in Timbuktu, there was something wrong with you. People were taking 100% more, but there was no one there to shout stop. There was nobody there. There was no analysis taken out. If you look at today, in our society today, with the Ukraine war, and it's very much Putin bad, Ukraine's good. But there's no analysis. There's no saying, well, you know, if the Brits put 35,000 soldiers on the border above Northern Ireland, we would feel pretty insecure, shall I say. In the same way, NATO was rightly coming up to their tail. And I just think that the Seanad has a role that could be expanded and be more visible in society. Because at the moment, I would feel that the Seanad doesn't get the kind of visibility, and it doesn't have the kind of arguments with the Dáil that it probably could and should have if there wasn't the government enforced majority in the first place. So they're the two items.
Yeah, I suppose the thing about the change in the constitution back in 38 was in the legislation that followed on from it, was that it was to give the government a permanent majority. Like the 11 Taoiseach's nominees were to make sure that the government was able to get its legislation through, learning the lesson that the oath of allegiance was stopped, the legislation to get rid of the oath of allegiance was stopped, and other legislation was stopped by the first Seanad, which was its undoing. And then when, like we often do in Ireland, like when things go badly wrong, we over-rectify and take away all the power. And then you have the situation where the government have the permanent majority, except the last time. In the last Seanad, they actually didn't have a majority, which actually led to a lot of changes. But bear in mind, the Seanad's role is about that idea of representing the minority voices, but also scrutinising legislation, but not blocking it. So like when you have a former Attorney General like Michael McDowell sitting in the Seanad chamber with a minister and the officials, I can tell you they're petrified because anything he says, given his experience as a former Minister for Justice, is taken with a lot more weight than possibly what members of the Dáil would say. But then you also have people who do raise those minority issues, and the scrutiny and the criticism, you know, I mean, that's something the Shannon does take on you. Eileen Flynn, who's coming in talking about the issue around travellers' rights, which is not something that you would hear in the Dáil per se, and 40% of the Senate are now women. So issues around threats on social media to women, and I've seen a whole range of issues in this Shannon that were never in the previous Shannons, just because the sheer weight of the number of women in the Shannon as itself. But going on those foreign policy ones, that is something that comes up in the foreign affairs committees and others. But like the Shannon often had singular voices against issues, but we've, as you see in groupthink, it does happen too much in Irish society, and you'll see that on Joe Duffy, you'll see it on other areas where people aren't criticizing, or when they do criticize social media, if they do say something on that level on social media, there's what we call a pile-on, and there's two things happen with that. It stops people commenting, right? And we know that there's parties taking legal challenges against people, and in of itself, that's a cooling effect on what people say. But also, social media has an impact in other ways, and Bertie Ahern, if you ask him this question, I'd tee up a question on this one. But he made a point to some legislators, and he said if Twitter was around 24 years ago, we never would have had the Good Friday Agreement. You know, just imagine it, like, because you could be able to leak it out, and then it'll go through the system, and it'd end up on Twitter, and it would be dead. So while people might think that social media has a good impact in terms of allowing people to raise those minority issues, you have organized pile-ons, but you also have an issue where the work of politics is very hard to do in the age of social media, because teasing out complex issues is now being reduced to tweets. And if you can't explain it in a tweet, you're toast, you know,
Okay.
and you will get hammered. And then when you say, but no, let me explain, nobody wants to hear the next part of it. Like, no one's going to read a trend. So that is one of the challenges of modern politics. No different, like, you know, it's always a challenge in politics. And I leave it on this in terms of listening. I'm fascinated about the story of Finland because of the chaos and the numbers lost in the Civil War. You might just answer, why was it so brutal? But that we are lucky in this country to be one of the few countries to be a continuous democracy for 100 years. About a dozen, there or thereabouts, a dozen, you know, and we take so much for granted. We're in the top 10 in the UN Human Development Index on health, education, and income. Now, a thing unimaginable 100 years ago, and therefore the protection of democracy, but also those criticizing voices. And David Norris is one of those, but you can't have enough criticizing voices or dissenting voices, because that's very important in any healthy democracy, because otherwise you just have groupthink, and groupthink leads to bad outcomes.
Senator, thank you very much indeed. So we're going to draw this session to an end. On your behalf, can I thank our three speakers for fascinating contributions. And can I thank you all for being such an engaged audience and for excellent questions. And now coffee, tea and scones being served. In the interests of time, and we have to stick to time because of our online presence, please return to your seats by 11:30 when our next session, the Daniel O'Connell Lecture, will begin. Thank you all.
Now, as you all gather, I'm just going to give some housekeeping, because I'm sure after the session, it's the last thing we'll want to be talking about, housekeeping. I just want to say a huge thank you to the Ring of Kerry Hotel, to DeMonte, to Stephen, to Leonard for facilitating us this morning, but especially to our Ukraine guests who welcomed me so warmly when I arrived very early this morning. What a privilege it was for me to be welcomed by so many into the hotel, which we're taking over today. And they so warmly welcomed us, and we were delighted we were here. And I know some are going to join us during the course of today. So I just want to say thank you for that very warm welcome, and what a privilege it is for us to be in this place and to share it with our Ukrainian guests. To you all this morning, thank you. And of course, it's wonderful to see you all here. It's great to be back with such numbers. For lunch, because of the lack of space, we have to say that there is room for about 40 or 50 to stay in the hotel itself and have lunch, but we would like some of you to also maybe ramble uptown and give them some of your business. So it's only a short walk. We will be sticking to the timings on the schedule to be aware of that, but I know our businesses in Cahirsiveen will be delighted to welcome you all also. So just to be aware of that and be aware of the timings, and we'll be ready now for Bertie. He's outside, so we're all very excited and looking forward to a great afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Just if I may ask your silence, thank you. So again, thank you very much again for coming back after coffee. I know it's very difficult to break away from such interesting conversations and interesting people, but thank you for doing it so efficiently and so well. Every year, those of you who are here before will know this already, but every year the highlight really of the O'Connell, that's the teacher coming out of me now. Every year, the highlight of the O'Connell School is the annual Daniel O'Connell Lecture. Now, in the past, of course, the lecture has been given by people like John Bruton and so forth, but others have opted for the interview. So when Mary McAleese was here a few years ago, she gave an interview. We had Seamus Mallon giving a memorable interview for those of you who were here there, was it last year or the year before? And our guest of honour today, Bertie Hearn, will be interviewed rather than give a lecture. So we're very honoured to have him here. He's been in public life for certainly a long time. I won't embarrass him or discomfort myself by going through all the portfolios he has held in the past. So we're very honoured that he's here. And I suppose the principal reason we wanted Bertie to come was because of his involvement really in the affairs of Northern Ireland. You know, in the past, various Taoiseach and various ministers have interacted with Northern Ireland and with various parties in Northern Ireland in all kinds of ways. But, and I'm not demeaning their roles in any way, they were all important, always important, and contributed to the securing of peace. But of course, it was the Good Friday Agreement that really brought peace to that part of our island finally, and hopefully forever. It's a difficult thing. It was a difficult thing to achieve. I've spoken to a number of people who were involved in the process, but of course Bertie was right in the centre of it. It was not an easy thing to do, and it's even, I would say, it's not easy either trying to maintain the peace. And Bertie certainly has been involved in securing that legacy. So we thought it might be a very good opportunity, if he would consent to come down and to reflect really on his involvement in the Good Friday Agreement, on the current state of Anglo-Irish relations, and of course on the wider issue of Brexit, and the way really in which the whole international situation is changing rapidly. He has an experienced eye when it comes to these matters, and we thought it would be interesting to hear what he had and has to say about them. As I said, excuse me, this is being done in the format of an interview. Our interviewer is Stephen Collins. It was Stephen who conducted that wonderful interview with Seamus Mallon. Was it 2 years ago, Stephen?
It was actually, I thought it was 2 years ago. It was three. It was 2019. Before it was before COVID. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And he spoke to me about it. I won't say it quite a few times, but certainly a number of times before he died. That interview, as I said, worked out very well. Stephen, as of course, as many of you will know, is one of Ireland's most experienced journalists. I won't say he is retired, but certainly when he was in full-time employment, if I can put it that way, he was political correspondent and political editor for a number of Irish newspapers, but he still has a column which he writes for the Irish Times, which I think is very interesting. They're very reflective pieces on all kinds of things. So we're very pleased to have Stephen here to conduct the interview. And again, I think it's timely from our point of view that Stephen is here, because, and I'm not trying to plug your book, Stephen, but I've started to read it. It was just launched there about 2 weeks ago. A wonderful book on Brexit. I know when people mention Brexit, people yawn, but and I kind of was inclined to do it well when I went into White's the other day to buy the book. But certainly is a book that's well worth reading. So that's the plug. But it's a plug. But it's a plug that's given in all sincerity. It's a great read. So anyway, I'll let Stephen introduce Bertie and to conduct the interview. Thank you very much. Thank you. And again,
Well, thank you, Maurice, and thanks for the plug for the book, which I didn't make that a demand before I agreed to do this. I'm just going to say the kind of interview, I'm not an interviewer in the RTE sense. I don't do interviews in public, but I would regard it as a kind of a chat. That's what we did, I think, with Seamus Mallon. We had a chat with Seamus, and I think it did work very well. My job was not to try and catch him out in any shape or form, but to get Seamus to explain about his life in politics. With Bertie Ahern, I think we have so many current issues to discuss. I think we all know a lot about Bertie's life in politics. He was the most successful political leader in terms of electoral appeal, apart from Eamon de Valera. Nobody else won 3 elections in a row, and that was some achievement. But I think the greater achievement was the Good Friday Agreement, which affected the lives of people north and south and in the UK. But I just want to start on a lighter note by asking Bertie, why does he love Kerry so much? Why do you come up and down here an awful lot?
Yeah, I've been coming to Kerry since I left secondary school. Yeah. I came to Ballybunion playing football, 7-a-side football on the beach for a year or two. And then I drifted into Ballyferter, spent many, I still go to Ballyferter. And Dingle was a small place then. And then with the family, we go to Sneen, Partnersill all the time. So I've been great friends in Kerry, great fun and great sport. And I'm delighted to be here in the temporary home of the Samram Work.
Yeah. Okay. The meeting, as we were just talking today, it's a day that big events are taking place. The Northern Ireland Assembly is going to be dissolved, and we're going to have another election. So I just want to ask you to get your reflections on that. What do you think the Northern Secretary had any other option, or was this inevitable when the DUP refused to take their seats in the power sharing executive?
Well, I think it was inevitable, Stephen, all along that the DUP wouldn't take their seats. Yeah. I think that was the inevitable bit. And unfortunately, the British government's minds were elsewhere. The Secretary of State, Chris Harris, he was running Boris's campaign for the last 2 weeks, so he wasn't very helpful to Northern Ireland. Anyway, there were options. I mean, he had 1-9 bill, which had happened before. You remember Peter Mandelson did that. Yeah. We didn't really like that at the time, but you can do it. And they could have deferred it. But regrettably, I mean, it's, as young people say, it is what it is. But unfortunately, I think it's sad. It's having an election where there's no manifesto, where it's an election that can't achieve anything. If everyone voted one way or voted the other way, it still wouldn't make any difference, because the negotiations on the protocol are between the UK and the EU. So what happens in this election, other than creating mischief and rising the temperature and having rows about this, that and the other? You saw yesterday the kind of tension there was when the parties finally got to see each other after, I think it was August since they had any kind of meeting. It's not good, and I just hope, my hope is we get through the 6 or 7 weeks peacefully, that it's kept to politics, even if they are shouting and roaring at each other. And the 15th, I'd say about now, I think the election is to be announced around midday, and it'll be the 15th of September. But it's an election that was avoidable, and it's of no value to anybody. And my fear is that the smaller parties will get marginalised, but the overall result won't make any difference.
So you think it would have been better if the British government had simply had a 1-line bill and deferred the election until whatever?
Yeah, well, if they could have said, we were giving it 3 months, get to the other side of Christmas, and then to get into negotiations. I mean, the problem is, and just for the audience, I mean, people forget, and say with Brexit, we all get tired of it, but I mean, it's still so important. Yeah. Because the problems in the north today, I mean, the problem with the protocol has nothing to do with all of the things that we spent our lifetime dealing with. It's nothing to do with sectarianism. It's nothing to do with partition. It's nothing to do with the state of storm, and it's about one clause in the protocol, and which comes out of Brexit. So it is Brexit has caused the problem, and the only one who can fix this problem is the UK government with the EU. So the poor individuals running around trying to be elected in the north, they have my genuine sympathy. So what you go to the door and say, we're standing for election that makes no difference. We've no manifesto on this election. The issue is nothing to do with us, but we vote for us anyway. You know, I mean, unfortunately, that's what they've been asked to do. And the British government, it's a year ago now, exactly a year, the week coming up to Halloween last year, that they had the last meaningful meeting between the EU and the UK. They had no meeting after that except a Friday afternoon in February where they growled at each other, literally growled at each other, and nothing has happened since. There's been no discussion, and there's a difference between discussion, as you and I know, Stephen, and negotiation. They have no discussion. And the British government have thrown the people into the north, into this mess, and it's, you know, I think it's a shame on the British government. They've handled this, and I know they've had 3 prime ministers this year and 3 secretaries of state, and it's a revolving door and it's musical chairs and all that. And, you know, well, that might be great fun for the people in Westminster. It's the poor individuals in the north who are getting the brunt of this. And of course, the thing that I don't want to overplay, if you're a dissident on either side, this is champagne territory, which I spend my life trying to keep that down. But if you're a dissident, this is great.
And so does it mean, though, if we get back and we have a similar stalemate, does the Good Friday Agreement or the St Andrews Agreement itself need to be looked at? If the two parties have a veto on each other, Sinn Féin and the DUP, and if they permanently exercise that, we won't see power sharing again?
No, I mean, unfortunately, there's a lack of trust, lack of confidence too, and there's a lack of leadership as well. Whatever you say about David Trimble and Paisley, who, you know, were opposites to me, but I ended up good friends with them. They were leaders, and they did make tough decisions, and both of them suffered because of the tough decisions. I'm not too sure who's standing up now on the DUP side to do that. So I don't think, to answer your question, I don't think we can change the system prior to it getting back up and running. You have to get it back up and running once more, and then the Good Friday Agreement allows for a review clause. We haven't had a review clause since the St Andrews Agreement all those years ago. 16 years now since we had that. So I think there should be a review then, because we always thought that if there was stability 25 years ago, when Tony Blair and I were going through this, we said, listen, you know, after 10 or 15 years, it will be possible to have a change where you'd have maybe a government opposition or executive in opposition to the executive, because it used to like the term government in those days. Yes. But we've never got enough of consistency or a run at it. So I think we have to stay with the present system for now, but have a review then about some of the clauses, because there was no alliance. It'd be interesting to see how alliance do in this election, but you know, I have a feeling people might vote for either side, and you know, the issue becomes who's first minister, which is like, if you were to become first minister, Stephen, it won't help the protocol. You know, it's irrelevant.
Yes. Well, actually, is the protocol an excuse? Jeffrey Donaldson, at the beginning of the last election campaign, almost made a condition that he wouldn't serve under a Sinn Féin first minister. Yeah. When the election result came in, he had then changed the rules to say he wouldn't serve as long as the protocol was there. So I wonder if the DUP by some chance managed to get more seats, do you think would he then be prepared to serve because he was first minister? And
well, it'd definitely make it easier for him. He would, the mindset would change. Yes, but I think if you were to be very fair, and we'll try to be not over nationalistic about it, there is an issue that has to be dealt with. That the DUP is one of their items. I wouldn't say it's all their items, and it is this, that they believe that the UK internal market is not covered adequately in the protocol. And what they mean is that if somebody is shifting goods from the business premises in Leeds. It should be able to come to Belfast. And once it stays in Northern Ireland, it shouldn't have to be checked at all. That's their position. Now, my understanding of it is from Irish Secovich, the commissioner involved in this, he sees merit in that. He would say there has to be some checks, because there was always checks. There was checks for hygiene, security, other reasons. And he's already taken medicines out. He's taken a lot of the sanitary SPS things, as they call them, out of the equation. So there's a deal to be done if that's what the issue is. And I would hope that whenever this election is over, the Christmas will come. After Christmas, they'll sit down and try and resolve that issue. And hopefully then the British government will take a balanced position. But if the British government, and this is only predicting what we all know, but if the British government's position is that the legislation that's on hold, that's actually in the House of Lords, if that legislation is the British government's position, then we're in big trouble. Because if they want to insist on the legislation as is being enacted into whatever agreement, then we're in big trouble, because there's no way Europe will agree to that.
Yeah. Does the whole process, is there time there? So does the British government and the EU have time to negotiate that before the legislation finally gets through the House of Lords? Yeah. So it comes down to a question, I think, of political will.
Political will and political leadership.
Yeah.
I think a few things have to happen. The main game, I think the main problem with this, the guilty ones on my side are the British government, number one, because they let the year go by. Number two, the DUP, because they're using this as kind of a blackmail to getting what they want, but they're entitled to fight the internal market issue. I think that's a fair enough political aspiration for them to fight. The people who are suffering are the people in Northern Ireland. And the difficulty is, and I have a sneaking feeling that the British government, and remember we are dealing with Brexiteers, and the Secretary of State is a Brexiteer. I have a sneaking feeling, are they using this to try and win leverage for other issues? And I said that a year ago, and then I said, I might be wrong on that, it might be wrong. And then I said it in February, I might be wrong. And I'm still wondering, are the British government trying to achieve other things, nothing to do with Northern Ireland, from the EU, and they're holding this as a hostage. And I hope I'm wrong on that, but as time drifts on, you suspect, because there's a huge agenda that the UK government need from Europe. They want to tie up things in finance insurance and state aids and a whole lot of issues. You've probably covered them all well in your book, I'd say, but that list of things have to be dealt with. But they're nothing to do with Northern Ireland. And so the Northern Ireland should things stand alone and just deal with Northern Ireland.
One of the issues with the British government, it appeared to be, certainly under Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, that they were using Northern Ireland to reinforce the Brexiteer position, to having a row with Europe they thought was good for them internally, and they were ignoring both Northern Ireland and the UK's long-term interests. Do you think Sunak appears on the surface to be, he was a Brexiteer, but he appears to be a more rational, pragmatic individual?
Yeah. Well, I think he's done well for 2 days anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
So no, I'm not going to hold me to 45 days.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Just to go back to the north for 1 minute, there's been a lot of media coverage in the last day or two about the notion of a way out of the impasse about the power sharing would be joint authority. Now, this is suggested by Sinn Féin. The Taoiseach and the Taoiseach came out, they didn't use the phrase joint authority, but they were suggesting that direct rule as it had applied wasn't the solution, and there would have to be more consultation with the Irish government if there was stalemate in the north continued. Do you think, does the Good Friday Agreement allow for more consultation, and would it be a good idea?
Yeah, well, I think this is an area that can rise to hackles of unionism in the north very easy, and I think the British government, particularly the people who look at the British government as being British and Tory and Unionist party, this is a big argument with them. But I think the factual position is that from 1921 to 72, we had devolved government in Northern Ireland from Stormont. And then, of course, that broke down with Ted Heath when he abolished Stormont. But that, that form of direct rule was discriminatory towards nationalists and Catholics. They gerrymandered the constituencies. They didn't give fair educational standards to nationalist people, and it caused the whole civil rights movement in the first place. So, that's where that kind of the British government backing the Stormont regime came from, and that's why we moved away from that. In the Good Friday Agreement, what we did, the Irish government, it can't be joint authority, as the word joint authority sounds, where you have a control of every issue that's made. I don't think Taoiseach and Tánaiste meant it that way, even though they were responded as if they did mean it that way. But what the Irish government definitely is, and since the Anglo-Irish Agreement in 1985, we have a special position.
Yeah.
So the Irish government are custodians of the Good Friday Agreement. So I think anything that happens in this period, the Irish government are totally right and have an obligation to be across what's happening. It's not like the old days of storm and rule. I heard some of the comments from across the water yesterday as if the Good Friday Agreement never happened and as if it was the same as it used to be. Well, it's not the same as it used to be. The Constitution position is based on consent. It's not dominated by Westminster anymore. Those days are gone. Even though maybe some of the people across the water should read the Good Friday Agreement to help. But in the meantime, the Irish government are totally within their rights to be very much across what's happening. Because the sad thing about yesterday, Stephen, 5 to midnight last night, the ministers in the north, even though there was no First Minister, no Deputy First Minister, the ministers in the north still had caretaker roles. They still were able to go into their department. They were still able to influence what was going on. They still were in charge of the civil service, but now they're gone. So Northern Ireland, as of today, is totally under the hands of the civil service, with no Northern elected politicians of any party having any say, whatever. And the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, who's a British government person, so if the British think that they can do that without any reference to Ireland, they're making a big mistake. And I think that's what the Taoiseach and the Tánaiste were rightly saying.
Well, you mentioned there the Anglo-Irish Agreement of 1985, and under that agreement, the Irish government had a role, which was exemplified by the fact that there was a Maryfield Secretariat. It caused huge anger among the unionist community, but there was a role for the Irish government, kind of in framing policy in Northern Ireland. Is there a case to be made that the Irish government should pursue that? If we can't have power sharing, there should be some outside role.
Well, there is a case, because as part of the Good Friday Agreement, we dropped the Maryfield office, the bunker, as it was called. So we dropped that on the basis that it was now going to be power sharing. So whatever form the Irish government want to take on this, they are not on the sidelines anymore. I mean, they have an intrinsic right as custodians of Good Friday Agreement to be across, certainly issues that they believe that are of special interest to them. And I am sure, because you cannot have a position, and unfortunately the way the Secretary of State came in, we didn't know until the last few days who would be the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. So there's no time for discussion. But if they, just to reaffirm the point, if they believe that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is now in charge of the civil service, that there are no elected people, and he has sole right to do whatever he wants without any reference to the Irish government, he's in breach of the Good Friday Agreement.
Okay. So you think the Irish government does have a right to pursue this? The custodians of the agreement, and for the moment, do you think, well, are they wise just to wait and see what happens in the Assembly election, or should they be pushing it now?
I think what we don't want to do is up the temperature more. I think this non-election, thankfully the World Cup is happening, so we have to watch that. But this non-election hopefully will come and go peacefully, and that's the nicest thing I could say about it. And my understanding is they're picking the date of the 15th of December. And of course, the reason for that is they know that we're having our own musical chairs here on that day. So
yeah.
they'd be very conscious of that.
Yeah. Talking about our own musical chairs, there's been Sinn Féin are campaigning for a United Ireland for a referendum. The government alternatively has put forward a vision of a shared Ireland and is not pursuing the notion of an early referendum. What's your own view? Do you think there should be a referendum on the border, and if so, when?
No, I mean, to have a referendum in the border would be highly irresponsible at this time.
Yeah.
It's allowed for in the agreement, and when we have a prolonged area, there's 3 provisos. One, you have to have a prolonged period of stability of the institutions in the north at all levels.
Yes.
And we haven't had that. We haven't. The UP have brought it down now for the last year. Sinn Féin brought it down from 2017 to 2020. And my last conversation with Seamus Mallon was that weekend when it was coming back up, and poor Seamus was on his last days, and he was so happy to see the institutions coming back. That was January 2020, just after you had interviewed him. And so I think to have a border poll now, you can imagine having a border poll now, and if I was here as an advocate of the border poll and you were interviewing me, you'd ask me the questions of how are we going to integrate the PSNI and the Garda Síochána. How are we going to amalgamate our local authorities? How are we going to put the national health system in Britain into the HSE? Sure wouldn't be able to answer any of the questions. I mean, it would be ridiculous. And you know what? When I started playing football as a 5-year-old, the manager always taught me, when in doubt, put it out. And so that's what you do. So you give people, even people who would be Republican like I am, people who would be totally nationalistic and want to see a new Ireland, they'd vote no, because there's no answer. And the Scottish, who had done a lot of work over 20 years, weren't able to answer Alistair Darling's or Gordon Brown's argument on the financing. I didn't even mention financing. But so what I believe is, one, you need the institutions stable for a prolonged period. Secondly, you need the groundwork done on, and I think it is doable, how we can do all these things. But somebody has to technically work out how we can make I'd rather call it a new Ireland.
New Ireland, yes.
That's the term I want to use, because shared Ireland is okay, but I think United Ireland, everyone agrees that that's not the term to use anymore. But if you have an agreed Ireland where we can work it out and try and convince unionist people and unionist persuasion to engage in the argument, which isn't easy, because they believe, and you know this well, Stephen, they believe that to even go to a meeting about an agreed Ireland, that they're in some way accepting that the status quo won't maintain. So, you know, I've had this debate with Peter Robinson, who I get on well with, and many of the others, and you know, they say, oh, we're not going onto a platform to talk about that, because they feel that's given ground. So it's a hard job. So one, we have to get institutions stable for a prolonged period, not up and down like a yo-yo like we've been doing. Secondly, to work out all of the things, and that is going on. There's a lot of work going on now. There's meetings down in the Royal Irish Academy every week, which are looking at these papers. DCU are starting a big finance project with Ulster University, looking at the financing issue. So that work is going on. It'll take some years. And when I'm asked when will it be, I continually said, you know, probably this decade, towards the end of it. But there's no, people who called for a border poll, to be honest, you know, are mischievous, because they know you can't have that. And in fairness, I think I've helped even get Sinn Féin off that hook. I mean, I think they've stopped saying we're looking for a poll next week.
Yeah, because the assumption, I think, at the time of the Good Friday Agreement was that reconciliation would be a precondition for moving to a border poll. Whereas some people believe that you move to United Ireland and that will bring about reconciliation, because that is the...
That is, no. I mean, I spent a fair bit of my life, because I'm very involved with George Mitchell School in Queens, and I regularly meet the warden fractions of the loyalist groups, and you know, familiar with their views. I mean, they are open. Loyalist people in working class areas are open to the concept that on some day it could be different. We have to prove that, and I think we have to work hard to try and particularly help loyalist people. I think that will be the hard thing, because they don't see themselves loyal to number 10. They're loyal to the monarchy, whether we all like that or not in the South. They are, I mean, they have that ingrained thing that, you know, they're British, and the flag and the emblems are Britishness. They look to the king and respected the Queen for all their lives, and you know they'd like to get on with the South, but the idea of being taken over or amalgamated is something they go back to arms on. So so like for any of us to be trying to force down that ground, I do believe over a sustained period, if we can get trust, confidence, reconciliation, and explain the issues, you can work to a new agreed Ireland. But it won't happen talking about it. Or going on TV programs yapping about it, or you know, going to conferences in the Mansion House talking about it. That won't make it happen.
Yeah. And what about Scotland in this equation? The Scottish drive for independence, we don't know when or if there will be another referendum there. But you think an independent Scotland, if the Scots voted for independence, that it would change the equation all around?
Yeah, I think it would. I mean, it would force the agenda, but Nicola Sturgeon is beginning to change our ground rules, and I think what she is calculating, that if there's a Labour government in 2 years' time, because the next election in Britain, if it goes to term, which I think probably will now, with the new Prime Minister, that Labour will either have a part to play in that government, or will be, you know, supporters of a Labour government, and that their one condition will definitely be another referendum. So that gets you probably into, and they'll be ready for that. I think they'll be more ready than they were the last time. So that brings us to 2025, 2026. So that's my calculation, that if that happened a few years later, it would, if we had the two things I set out, you would have an opportunity of a border poll here. Scotland would change it, but the other way around, Stephen, if Scotland had another referendum and lost it, and there's no bet that they wouldn't, that will have the opposite effect.
Yes.
You know, so if Scotland is part of the equation, but there's a plus and a minus to it.
Yeah, okay. Just to come back to the protocol for a minute, do you think the EU has, you've met Šefčovič, have they room to maneuver, and do you think that he will be prepared to compromise to get the British off the hook of this notion of goods going from Britain to Northern Ireland? That they were talking about red channels and blue channels, and some way of differentiating goods that might be coming to here and into the single market.
Yeah, I think in fairness to, he gets it. He understands the arguments. He's gone to a lot of trouble to meet business people in the north. And let's be fair to the people who are anti-protocol for a minute. There are problems. It's not about abolishing the whole protocol, but there are problems. There's technical and problems and form filling and bureaucracy and that. So, and some goods they can't get in at all. I don't understand why, but there are these difficulties. I've met some of the CEOs. I met CEO recently at the German embassy at one of their national days, who explained to me, a very big company, and I think probably everyone in this audience would have one of their items in their household, so a very big company without giving an ad to them. And they explained to me the different difficulties. So there is difficulties. So I think that has to be worked through. And if that was worked through, your question, has he flexibility? Yes, he has. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Is he prepared to make compromises? Yes. He will not, but there are some things he will not compromise on. He will not compromise on the British government saying that British health and safety and health and standards will apply. It'll have to be EU standards. He will not, any checks will have to be EU standards. He has to find a solution to the European Court of Justice, but you know, I think that's doable in arbitrator in a way. But the British have this view that, you know, Europe's, that their standards as good as Europe. Now, whether they are or they're not, he won't compromise on that. So there are some things he will compromise, some he won't. But the difficulty, there hasn't been much discussion on this. There's been no negotiation. I know from the foreign affairs officials who follow this every day, that the discussions have been kind of on and off for a year, but very little. But negotiations, which is a different thing, there's been none. So he is prepared to stand, and he is prepared to bring it down. But he told me, and I think he said it publicly, or he said it in an article that he wrote in The Guardian about a month ago, 6 weeks ago, that he would try and bring it to a position where there was only 1 or 2 documents for every shipment of goods. And that seems like a reasonable thing. Like what the British have to accept, they're no longer in Europe. You know, they are geographically, but they left Europe, and you can't leave and still win it. That's like saying Kerry pull out the GA and they can still win the Sam Maguire Cup. You can't do it. You have to play by the rules. And so and what our lovely friend the Brits, who we all dearly love, they want to be out of Europe, but still have all the benefits. And I'm afraid that's not how the cookie crumbles.
But on that note, just a little anecdote. I was in Hodges Fidges talking to the deputy manager about my book, or signing a few books, and he was saying one of the problems is big British publishers, they're not filling out the forms for here, and forget about the protocol. And he said he's not sure if they think we're still in the UK or they're still in the EU. But he said a combination of the two means, he said, including people like Cambridge University Press, he said he just has to kind of send back and say, you've got to fill out these forms now.
Yeah, but they made, Stephen, they made a terrible mistake.
Yes.
I mean, they made a terrible mistake. I mean, they make a terrible mistake. Unfortunately, there's a bit of suffering for it, as we all know. And they can't just, you know, get away with it. And you know, as much as I just want to see this thing fixed and get on with it, you can understand the European. And like some people might say, are Europe not a bit too difficult in this? But he has over his shoulders several European countries watching to see if he gives an undue and unfair compromise to the British.
Absolutely.
And if he does, they'll be on his back. So it's not that he's a free hand and he can just go over and listen to Jeffrey and, you know, and say, Richard, this is what he wants now, give him that. That's not how the game works. Now, there is a difficulty, as we all understand. Europe is all based on legal text. So sometimes the Europeans, you know, they say, well, explain the problem. And they'll say, well, this glass is creating a problem. We have to find a way that this glass can move around Europe and outside Europe, inside Europe. And so what Europe tend to do is they look up what article of what agreement. So they'll solve the problem for the glass, right? And they say, that's great, we solved that. And then they say, but we didn't say anything about that glass. And that becomes a mess.
Yes.
You know?
Do you think there doesn't seem to be any recognition in the UK that Brexit was a mistake, or even that leaving the single market and the customs union was a mistake, including even the Labour Party? Keir Starmer has been fairly negative about Europe since. So would you have any hope that if Labour, the expectation Labour will almost certainly win the next British election, if you could ever forecast anything in politics?
If they're ever going to win.
If they're ever going to win. But would you have any hopes that things might improve, that once in power he might modify the position a bit?
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think they made a bad decision, and they kind of feel that they have to live with it now. And as you notice, they will blame everybody. They blame Ukraine war. Of course, that's not helping anybody. What the Russians have done. You know, they will talk about economic issues and energy crises, but they won't say the decision on Brexit is what actually causes it. And that is that's a big difficulty. Starmer, you know, I suppose the history of this, I'm sure you've covered this well, but you know, they had that. I think EU could have given Cameron a bit more. You know, I think EU were a bit hard on Cameron, or maybe Cameron didn't make his case very well, but he was sold a poor enough hands to sell. Anyway, that's all history. He tried it, he lost, and he resigned, and he had no options. And then Theresa May, who's a good person in my view, a good politician, good person, tries to be helpful and tried to be helpful in the north. She came out and she did nothing for a few months, and then she went to Lancaster House in that famous meeting in January 2017, and she said, well, we voted to leave the EU, so we're leaving the EU, we're leaving the single market, we're finished with the Court of Justice, and she said, the one thing that was never mentioned in the campaign, we're leaving the customs union.
Yes.
If she did not mention the customs union, and we asked about a year or so later, we asked BBC if from their archives, would they archive to see if there was any reference ever in all the debates that BBC had nationwide about them leaving the customs union. And after 6 months, they came back and said no.
Okay.
So the customs union was there. So this is the one hope. I think there is an arguable case. I wouldn't hold my breath, but it's an arguable case for a Labour Party and Labour government to come back into the customs union.
Yes.
And if that didn't happen, we wouldn't have all this nonsense about the protocol.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be spending 6.5 million and people running around having an unnecessary election.
Yeah.
When you say that to British politicians, I say, that was 2017, sure, this is now.
Yeah. And they seem to just be trapped in a loop they can't get out of.
Yeah, well, they don't want to admit it. I mean, and the fact, it's all the difficulties, and I don't take any satisfaction seeing the difficulties in the British economy because it affects us.
Sure.
I mean, most of our exporters are doing business every day with Britain. So the stronger Britain is, and the more business and activity and innovation and development that's happening in Britain, the better for Ireland.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. So if they're all making a fortune, great. It's helping us. So I don't want to see them having difficulties, but I do find it extraordinary that they won't admit that Brexit and cutting themselves off is. I mean, you can see it every day now. If you go down to any of our harbours, you see what's happening now. The ships are going to France.
On France, they
There's
are.
even one going to Spain, 26 hours. There's now next year a big container ship going right around to Antwerp, and people are just not going through Britain. So, you know, it's the reality. It's doing a lot of damage to the British economy, and by extension, that doesn't help us in the long run.
Yeah. I heard IBEX Danny McCoy say it a thing recently that he felt one of the reasons the Brexiteers were so intent about the protocol and not making it work was they're afraid Northern Ireland will do so well by its continued membership of the EU single market that it will prove that the whole thing was a big mistake. I think that's probably a bit too far-fetched on that political thing, but it is a contrast.
It is a contrast, but you know, I have yet. I've been up at lots of debates and things in the north in the last few years. When you ask any Northern Ireland businessman, would you like to get rid of the protocol altogether? Very few of them will say yes. Very few of them will say. When you say to their politicians, and I said this to Jeffrey, I asked Jeffrey, was his case that he wanted the protocol gone and that he wanted to, by extension, then he wanted to leave the single market? And no, they don't want to leave the single market. So, you know, you have to fix the protocol, they stay in the single market. But look at the position they're in from investment. They remain in the EU because they're in the single market. They have their UK island economy or UK economy, not island economy, UK economy, and they're still trading with us without any restrictions. And we're still a big market for them. Nowadays we are anyway, not like 30 years ago. So, you know, they have all the benefits. So if we can fix these minor marginal enough things in the protocol, which I believe are fixable, if the British government would genuinely negotiate, then they're in a great position in the north. They're really in a good position. But you know, the old football term, sometimes fellas can't see the goal.
Yes, yeah. So ultimately, it's up down to the British government, because Jeffrey Donaldson might privately admit that they don't want to leave the single market, but publicly he's adopting this hardline position. So the British and the Union, the British and the EU, if they do a deal on the protocol, it will probably be opposed by the DUP, but I think they just have to live with that.
I think they'll have to live with that, but I think if they need to pin them to what they said, that they want fixed.
Yeah.
I think if you were to take the rug out from Jeffrey, if you fix the island economy issue, he doesn't have much. If he switches grounds again, And, you know, sooner rather than later, Jeffrey has to lead, you know. I saw him walk out on 2 leaders in the past.
Yes.
You know, so he's somewhere along the road, he has to stand up.
Yeah.
I think, in fairness to him, I think he will. I think if the island economy issue is sorted out, and if the British government say to him, if Rishi Sunak called them in and said, listen, we've solved this issue, we've done our best, we can't go any further, this is a fair deal, we're the British government, we're asking you to get back in, and you know, we can't do any more. You see, somebody in the audience might say to themselves, well, sure, why don't they do that now? They can't say that now because they haven't done any negotiations. And then that leads you, why did they not do negotiations? Are they so incompetent? They're not. They're clever people. They sat on their hands for a year. Why did they do that? They're back to my conspiracy theory. Is it all about trying to get other things
from the
EU? So I'm not saying I'm totally embedded to the conspiracy theory, but it remains there until I see an alternative.
Because,
and I was always suspicious of the Brits.
Yes, well, I suppose it would be hard to expect the DUP to accept anything if the British government isn't going to accept it. So they'll have to wait and see if the deal will be done. Okay, so we'll come to more, just before we finish, local politics. Your old party is now in coalition with the old enemy, Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. How do you think the government is doing?
Well, you know, in difficult circumstances, I mean, like in 2.5 years, COVID came on top of them within days. And then the Ukraine war, as soon as they were getting out of COVID, and almost last February when they were announcing the easing of restrictions or the full easing of restrictions, the Ukraine war started. And, you know, so it's been a very trying period. So I think they've done, like anybody you would argue with about some issues, but I think they have done a good, I think the package of measures, and the reason it went up in the polls with 6% between the 3 parties this week, is because I think they have been very fair and as good as any country in Europe on the energy package. You know, I think it's been generous and it's been helpful to old people. And I always call them, whatever else you should do, you need to help the people who are less well off. And I think they've done that. And it's helped that October's been the warmest October in 100 years. No rain except here. And yes, it was raining all night in Dublin, all night. So it's no, I think they've done well. And it's not, in fairness, it's not easy to keep. You know, we used to have 3 parties in the country. You know, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Labour was the way it was for half a century or more. Now you have 3 parties in government, and that becomes a balance because you have to all the time, you know, try to hold people together. And, you know, and I had to do that with Jackie Healy-Rae every morning. Well, I love them. I love Jackie. Jackie, if everybody was as good at turning up to vote as Jackie Healy-Rae, my life would have been easier.
Some of your own people.
He was a loyal supporter.
People have said now that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are in government together, that parties should merge. How would you feel about that?
You know, it could happen. It could happen down the road. I wouldn't be voting for it, but it could. I mean, the reality is the kind of things that divided them move on. I mean, for years, I grew up in a household that very much it was dictated by were you a De Valera supporter or were you not? You know, that Cumann Gael and Fine Gael and were the enemy, and that was the politics, and the policies were tended to be different. You'd be hard pressed now if you were to take down, you know, 40 policy positions of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael and find the differences. It'd be only someone as good as you that would be able to analyse that. But you know what I mean. I mean, on a policy base, there's not a lot of difference. Personally, I think we've too many parties. You know, Sinn Féin want to be left, but they don't want to be left. And then we have the Looney left. So it's it's difficult to see where it goes.
Yeah.
But I suppose in the words of in the words of Eamon O'Keefe, the next election could throw up that there's three parties, two big parties and one that's not big, and you know, I think that that battleground hasn't been decided yet.
Yeah.
Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are neck and neck. So if there was election the next 6 months, I think you'd probably find Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael would be still trying to form a government together. I don't see either of them going with Sinn Féin at present. So that's going to be but if anyone in government is thinking straight, there won't be any election until the spring of 2025.
Yeah.
They'd be mad to go early.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm a believer in
You're-
always going the full term.
Well, you're a believer in going the full term, and that it certainly worked for you. So in other people say they didn't have the same choices, but they should have taken.
I think
they should have followed your example. Yeah.
I think for this government, they need to go the full term.
Yeah.
But they're doing. I mean, the country is in extraordinary good nick. I mean, the economy is still growing strong. I mean, you see the investment Pfizer the other day. Like the idea of billions of investment. I mean, there's 6,000 construction jobs in the Intel job at the moment. We're a small country and we're doing remarkably well. There's full employment. You know, we're challenged by some of the issues, but we're challenged by refugees, and we have our obligations. We have to deal with those issues. But the country is going well. They just have to be careful that they don't overspend. I mean, there's not a billion for everyone in the audience, and I think they just have to be careful of that. I mean, every morning I hear people on whinging about everything. They want this, that, and the other. You know, Jesus, some of them are on so much I don't know how they do a day's work. but you know, I think we can't pay for everything. We can't do it.
Well, I think the problem that say Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, they call themselves the centre parties who are in government, is getting credit for even the economic management. The country has never, in Carl McMillan's phrase, we've never had it so good. But if you say that, a lot of people will be very cross because there are individual cases of hardship will surface, and certainly in the media. So how can the government can it do better in terms of getting its message across?
You have to do that, but you need a bit of balance from the media as well. I mean, there was some case now, and I don't want in any way to sound as if I'm not sympathetic to all hard cases. I spent most of my political constituency life fighting for individual hard cases. You know, some child that needed treatment, or some old person that needed hospitalization or an operation. So they're important. But if your airways and if Sinn Féin are good at this, you find a case about something and you trumpet that case, and then you knock out a 1 billion Pfizer investment off the news altogether. I mean, that becomes, you know, very, very difficult to handle. So I think the government have to be tougher. And you know, today's politicians, geez, I tell you, when I was around when you were working for Charlie, like we're sent into Dáil to fight. You weren't sent in to be a bloody patsy and take the stick from the others. You know, somebody said something, you hit back. And now people seem to apologise for everything.
No, I was actually going to ask you that. Do they think they need to hit back harder? Of course, they do get criticism then for being negative politics, but they seem to take a lot of lying down.
But if you're taking that negative politics on the chin, I was taught to hit back. I mean, that's like going out in the football pitch, a fella hits you and you say sorry.
Very good.
Is that what I was taught?
Turning to yourself, I'll ask you a question. The presidential election, your name has been mooted by various commentators that you may be running when Michael D comes to the end of his term. What would you say to that?
I thought Macron's vacancy might come up first. You never know. As I said to Sandra all the time, my big thing now is, when is that election? When's that vacancy?
25.
25, Jesus, that's a long way.
It'll be after the next general election,
Well, number one, I have to stay alive.
Yes, it's true.
And then ask me the question.
Okay. Well, just the final question is, how, throughout your political career, how have you remained so calm? You talked about fighting back and hitting back. That was Charlie's advice. You were able to do it. You never lost the rag, apart from calling Gay Mitchell a waffler, which is hardly the worst insult in the world, really. Now,
and that was to defend Albert Reynolds. He was in insulting poor Albert. And I had to shut him up. I didn't mean to shut him up as permanently as I did, but that wasn't the plan that day. But you know, I think, listen, I see good in most things. And, you know, I believe most people are good, and you know, I've spent most of my life in negotiations of all types and kinds, and you know, you just have to get in. Sometimes you just have to take it. I remember negotiating with David Trimble. Jesus, David was a great friend of mine, and very sad at his passing. And you probably saw I was there. All the things, we were very close to him in the end, and to his wife. But David would something to go wrong for him, and he'd come into the room, and he would shout, and he would roar, and he literally talk about the ties out of the pram. You know, he'd be going, even though he was a legal guy, he'd be going absolutely bananas. So, you know, Blair would have sent him down because he got fed up with him, and Blair would send him down to listen to it. But I used to look over his head. I'd pick a spot on the wall, and I'd look at the Premiership table, and I'd say, Man United #1, Chelsea 2, City 3. And then after about 5 minutes, when I was about number 15, I'd say, I understand, David, now, but let's try and make some progress here. And invariably, he would calm down eventually. But I think you can't take it too serious. I mean, I know I've been accused of over-compromising, but I believe in life and in politics, it's about compromise. It's about, you know, trying to find an even ground. It's about trying to listen to the good ideas. And you know, I'm not a person who goes in and somebody is talking what everyone else in the room thinks is nonsense, and you tell them it's nonsense. I mean, there's no need to do that. I think you have to treat people with dignity and respect. And if you do that, by and large, you can make a lot of progress. I remember getting advice from the Secretary of the Department of Labour. I won't mention it. He said, well, two things, Minister. You're a young minister, and there's two things I want to advise you as you come into this department, and I hope you have a long career in politics. And I said, well, what are the two things? Number one, don't get involved in strikes. Have nothing to do with strikes. And I said, Jesus, after working for years with the unions to try and help them, and this fella's telling me I have nothing to do with it. So I think he's for bananas anyway. So, and then the second thing he told me is, if you ever try to do any bargaining with trade unions, all they want is money for themselves, and they give you nothing in return. So he said, I heard you talking on the radio that you want to reform the 1906 Trade Union Act and modernise our trade union. Don't go near that, wasting your time. So anyway, I said, thank you very much, and then I ignored everything.
Exactly, you ignored both of those there.
But I think you have to try and in life just do your best. I mean, you get some things right, get some things wrong. Some things go wonderfully right, some things go wonderfully wrong. But you know, politics is a tough game. I sympathise with the. I think it gets worse. And could you imagine trying to negotiate a Good Friday Agreement if you had social media and you'd have done bats in the place, texting out everything you said? So you wouldn't negotiate your way out of the room. You have to mind negotiating it. So I pity politicians with social media and nowadays, and Instagram, and even though the only advice I keep giving to them, when you go into a ballot box, you don't find TikTok, Instagram, you know, any of these things on the ballot paper. So you keep doing your job. And
well, since you've in the last few years, you've played quite an active role as an elder statesman, if you would call you that, because you've given evidence at the House of Commons, you've advised the government. I know you've issued advice that the government here, even the Fine Gael government, will listen to very carefully, because do you think that we should have more of a role maybe in Irish politics for people like yourself, or like former Taoiseach John Bruton, maybe membership of the Seanad or something like that? In England, they have the House of Lords, which does give an opportunity for people who want to contribute.
The trouble with the House of Lords is there's so many in there you'd never get in.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I do think, you know, former politicians, I mean, forget about myself, but there's a huge amount of able, experienced people who've gone through political life in this country and then just move off, and they're not involved at all. And they're, I regularly, would meet up with John Bruton and various things, and we politically kind of disagree on most things, but we get on very well, and he's his point of view, which he makes very well. But like, we agree on things like Brexit, and we agree on most things on the north. So we agree with EU issues. So, but I think there is a role. They do this far better in other countries.
Yes.
Here you're kind of gone, you're gone, and that's it. But I've enjoyed. I mean, I've followed I was involved in the Basque Country with the negotiations with ETA, and they were lovely people to deal with. But they've wrapped up actually this weekend. I'll meet some of the representatives of ETA. They're over for the Sinn Féin, Ardèche, and regularly when ETA prisoners get out of jail, they come over to meet me. And film the stuff and send it back to the Spanish government. Yeah. But that's why I'm afraid to go to Spain in my holidays. But anyway.
Kerry is safer, yeah.
And I've been involved in Papua New Guinea, which was a great. So I've been involved in a number of places, and I was involved with Ukraine in the earlier period before with the Maidan, the 2014, 2016. So, it's good being active. I mean, I didn't go into the commercial life of some small interest, but by and large, I like the public administration interest, which is enjoyable.
Well, at that, I'll just ask, take a few questions. If anybody in the audience has anything they would like to either comment on or ask Bertie about.
It's great to see so many of you here on a wet morning. Fair play to you. Thanks for coming to listen.
We have a shy Kerry audience, so
so
somebody here, sorry, just behind you. No, there.
Would you say something, please, about how unionists who signed up to the Good Friday Agreement will have seen at the time what they were doing, especially in relation to the prospect of Irish reunification? How seriously did they take it? Did they think it's pie in the sky, and if it ever presents itself, we could just renege on it? And if one had a situation where everybody, including the Dublin and Westminster governments, were in favour of unification, or reunification, if you like, except for a unionist minority in Northern Ireland, or even a minority of unionists in Northern Ireland, what kind of scenarios can one envisage then?
Yeah, well, I think that the last bit of your question is very clear. As per the agreement, it's based on the principle of consent, held after freely held polls, which would presumably take place north and south. But the poll in the north, if the people in the north voted for a new Ireland or an agreed Ireland, whatever the proposal was, the British government have clearly signed up to the fact in an international agreement that that's it, that would be the proposal. Your first part of your question, I think unionists who supported the agreement probably believed that they were voting for peace, they were voting for new institutions, they were voting for difficult things they didn't like the reform of policing, and demilitarization of all the border posts and all of the various military bases that were around the north. So they felt that's what they were voting for. I don't think too many of them went out and voted in '98 on the basis that in the short term there would be a new Ireland. So that really wasn't. They were voting more for peace and. But I have to tell you that there are a lot of unionist people now who say, we'll participate, not the leadership, not political leadership, but the ordinary people. We'll participate in the debate, and we'll see where it goes. And Senator Mark Daly has been doing the debates in the Shannon, and unionist people are contributing to that. So. There is a shift, but the one thing I've learned about unionism, and I think you probably all know this yourselves, if you want unionists to move and you want unionists to come with you, the one thing is you don't do is go on television telling them why they're wrong not to do it. I mean, it just doesn't work with them. I like to say to them, you know, you're a bit like the Southern Irish, you're stubborn, you know, and they don't like that. But you know, if you keep saying to them, you know, we're having a Border Poll and we're going to have a Border Poll and you're going to be in a, like, sure, you just get their back up, you know, and you bring out the worst of them. If you want to convince them, you deal with the arguments, you deal with, like, if you say to a unit, do you like the cancer service that we're doing now, the way we're working north and south? You know, epilepsy, I'm involved in epilepsy groups, and it's an all-island group. And, you know, there's a whole lot of things like in education, the universities aren't that far apart, north and south. So we go out and convince them how we can do it. And, you know, we say you bring the PSNI and the Garda Síochána together, and, you know, they'd say, how would you do that? And so says, one of yours already in charge of Garda Síochána, so that'd be handy enough. So, you know, so you can deal with the issues, but if you ram it down their neck, Ulster says no. You know, that's so I think that there's a way of doing it and a way not to do it.
Fáilte go Kerry your Taoiseach. A nice simple question after those difficult questions. What do you make of the split season, and is this Kerry team good enough to retain the All-Ireland, or will the Dubs be back?
Well, I would always say that Kerry, every year, regardless of how Kerry are doing, we in Dublin say that the problem will be Kerry, even though Colm O'Rourke thinks it might be Meath next year. We wish him well. We go back to the old days of Dublin and Meath. But I think I know the arguments for the split season. If I was in the room, I'd vote against it. I'll tell you why. The idea, I watched it this year in right across Dublin and other parts of the country that as well. The kids were going back to school. You're going back to school in the first week in September. The Hurling All-Ireland would be traditionally on. A few weeks later was the Football All-Ireland, the Camogie final, the women's final, right through September. All the kids had their jersey day going into the schools. And this year, as a GAA supporter first, that was gone. That was gone. And I was at the county final in Dublin last week. Your county final is this week. He's carrying. So, you know, when was the county final 3 years ago? It was Halloween as well. So how is the split season done? How is it quickened it up? So I think it's wrong, but the hierarchy who drink in my local in Drumcondra after the Ard Corley matches in Crow Park, they tell me how everyone thinks it's great, that it's brilliant. I keep saying, well, how come you didn't have all these matches in August and September? I know the reason, because half the players were in America and Canada. They won't admit that. They're as bad as the British government. And, you know, so the split season is fine, but I think they've split it too much. And, you know, the GAA is going strong, but you need to keep on growing all the time. And I just don't agree with the decision. But anyway, at the moment, Larry doesn't agree. Larry McCarthy, Larry believes it's a wonderful idea. So I'll have to wait till the next president to catch him in local.
I'll just have to endorse what Bertie has said. As growing up, I'm a GA fan as well, not as avid as Bertie, but I do go to Crow Park regularly.
You do?
And September was always the month to look forward to. The hurling final, the first Sunday, the football, the third. And even though my own club, Kilmacud, won the two Dublin football and hurling this year, I'm still not a fan of the split season, because, as you say, the county finals would have been around the same time anyway. But you didn't answer the question, though, whether you fear Kerry again. But I think we all fear Kerry always.
Well, no, but in fairness, as a guy who spends holidays around Sneem and Khmer, I knew that Shawnee had put that one over, because he practices down there in that pitch for ends. But, you know, if Shawnee didn't put that over, we would have murdered you in India.
Is there a final question? Okay.
Sorry, just good morning, Bertie. I've kind of listened here to all my life about Irish unity. I was born in the 70s. We had 30 years of bombing every day on the first line of the news. And last night on the news, when the DUP and the executive didn't form and all that was going on up there, it was probably the fourth item on the 9 o'clock news. My point is this, that if we as a South are looking at unity, I don't think that helps anybody. I think people are satisfied for the last 30 years that we've had economic growth that we haven't had since the foundation of the state. And I think people think more about their jobs and their mortgages and their schools and all the rest of it. I think the only way unity will happen is when the North comes to the South and says, please, can we come and join with you? You're doing better than we are. And I think that was De Valera's point of view as well. He said, like, the only way the North will come down South is if you sweeten the South. And I don't think it helps anybody if we're running in any relationship, if you're running after somebody, which it kind of feels like we are saying, well, we'll have a unity vote, we'll do a shared Ireland, we'll do all these different things. And the crowd we're trying to convince are saying, well, look, lads, we've no interest in what you're talking about anyway. Sorry, the point I'm getting at is that from your perspective, you did a great job. You got peace in the island, and it gave us what we have here today. But I think most people are just happy enough they're not killing each other up there, and we can get on with our business here in the South. So I suppose.
The only, listen, I think there's a lot of sense in that, and as I said, it'll only be people being convinced and things agreed. But you do have to remember, this is not my own view now, I'll be very clear in this, we do have to remember, I had to convince the people who were doing the fighting for 30 years, the political representatives of the IRA, who had been in the trenches fighting a war as they saw for 30 years, that if they stopped the war, that there was a political objective in the agreement that they could follow. So they wouldn't have stopped if there wasn't a vehicle where they could continue on to pursue what they believed they were fighting for, whether it was wrong, right, or indifferent. And that's what brought it. And it was a huge job by Martin McGuinness in particular to go to the various units of the Republic movement to convince them that they were being asked to give up the violence on the basis that there was a political objective they could pursue. Now we could argue about how they're pursuing that and are they pursuing it right or wrong. But if I at the time had said to them, listen guys, you're wasting your time, you're defeated, you're not going to get anywhere, you know, just give up your arms and give up the talk and let's move on. There was no chance they would find agreement. So it's just I'm not giving you my view, I'm just giving you the alternative position. And there is a real danger in militant Republican Ireland, and there's a bit of that in lots of places, it's not only in the north of Ireland, that if the aspiration for that unity was taken from them totally, doesn't matter how difficult it is, that you wouldn't see what has happened in every generation since 1190 continue. So just keep that in your. I'm only giving you the other side of the argument.
On that, I'm afraid we've run out of time. I just want to say thank you very much to Bertie Ahern for giving us his insights and sharing his knowledge about all of the big issues we're facing today. So thank you very much.
I see people are beginning to strip. Just to add my own voice to that, ladies and gentlemen, to thank Bertie and Stephen for that very interesting interview, which covered many aspects of life and politics in several parts of the world. But I mean, one of the things that I think struck me about one phrase that Bertie did mention was the ability to see good in everybody, you know, and that's of course something that applies to us all, but I'm glad that it's one of his mantras and his guiding principles indeed in his political life, and it was reassuring to hear that. It's something that we can easily forget in our daily lives, especially in the challenging times which we face at the moment. But this kind of leads me on, I suppose, to say that a few years ago, about 4 years ago, our committee decided that we would inaugurate a Daniel O'Connell Humanitarian Award. And the whole idea behind it really was to recognize a public figure, not necessarily a politician, but a public figure who exemplifies the ideals and the idealism of Daniel O'Connell. And even though, you know, when we think of Daniel O'Connell's spectacular career, and his attempts to bring reconciliation in all kinds of forms in Ireland. We remember him usually as kind of the champion of Catholic emancipation, but actually if you read O'Connell's speeches and letters and so forth, as I've done for my trouble, he always talked about Catholic emancipation as something that was tied up with the rights of the individual, irrespective of class, creed, and color. And he often kind of mentioned that phrase. And of course, it comes as no surprise to find out that when he entered Parliament in 1830, that not only did he pursue civil rights in the widest range, but he became a champion of Jewish emancipation, for example, in the early 1830s. Even before Catholic emancipation, he became one of the champions of the removal of disabilities on Presbyterians. So he's not just a kind of a Catholic figure in Ireland, but he was somebody who was motivated by a far wider kind of ideal. And that ideal was based on humanitarianism and on a respect for the individual, irrespective, as I said, of class, creed, and color. When I think of the challenges which Bertie faced, they were the same kind of challenges, really, to bring about a sense of reconciliation based on respect for the individual, irrespective of their background or their class, their creed, their color, and so forth. And that is really one of the great, I think, testimonies, the great legacies of the Good Friday Agreement, and why it is so important to make sure that its spirit as well as its reality, its spirit as well as the reality continues. So as in this kind of vein that we thought we might present Bertie with the Daniel O'Connell Humanitarian Award for this year. It's only been given months before, and that was to our great friend Seamus Mallon. So what I will do at this stage is to ask the members of our committee, Mary O'Connor. Some of you haven't met Mary. I think they probably have at this stage. Mary O'Connor, Ruth Barrington, Christy O'Connell, and I don't know, is Phil here? If you just come up and we'd make the presentation and get that done. So maybe we could just take the... Just to show you, I'll just show it to you before, it is a statuette of O'Connell, which has been sculpted by Brian Sheehan from Hillgrove Porcelain here in Cahirsiveen. So I'll just show it to you before we make the...
Connecting, is it? Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? Yeah. So thank you for returning, coming back to this wonderful Daniel O'Connell School for the afternoon. We've had a great morning. Murray said, introduce myself. So Mary Hoare. The topic for the afternoon is public health, Cahirsiveen connections. And just to say, I'm a Cahirsiveen person, born and reared. Just when you're going afterwards, when you're going to the Conkeating Memorial Park, you'll pass the house where I was born. I don't really remember it because I lived in Carden Road, which is as you come in. I was always proud of the address because, as you know, Daniel O'Connell was born in Carden, Cahirsiveen. I'm a presentation sister and lived in Tralee in the past. Have been around Ireland for about 30 years and I'm now back in Tralee this year. And that's where Murray caught up with me and told me about the wonderful speakers he had this afternoon. And it's a pleasure, all right, to welcome both Brendan Kelly and Ida Milne to Cahirsiveen, and hope you have time to enjoy the beauty of South Kerry and the people and to learn how we love making connections. So it will be the same format as the morning where Brendan will speak first and then Ida, and then afterwards there's time for engagement, if you have questions, comments, whatever. So Professor Brendan Kelly is Professor of Psychiatry at Trinity College and a consultant psychiatrist at Tallaght University Hospital. He has multiple degrees, medical, masters in epidemiology, healthcare management, Buddhist studies, doctorate in medicine, history, governance, and law, and has written many books. And I'll just mention two that I liked when I saw on Google: The Science of Happiness, The 6 Principles of a Happy Life, and 7 strategies for achieving it. And the doctor who sat for a year. And I liked that one because there was a bit of time, you know, in it for what you do every day to get that time. But the books that are relevant to today, or the main one, is Ada English, Patriot and Psychiatrist. So he will speak on the Cahirsiveen-born Ada English, who was a member of the Second Dáil and pioneer of health in Ireland. And as a woman, I'm delighted that we're remembering another woman who made a very strong contribution to health in Ireland. So in great anticipation, I hand you over to Brendan Kelly, and thank you, Brendan.
Splendid. Thank you very much. And thanks for inviting me here to this event. Am I doing okay with the microphone and the sound? Give me a sign if I drift away, if that's okay. So look, Brendan Kelly is my name, and I'm going to talk a little bit about Ada English, who is a figure in Irish and medical history of which, you know, not that many people know of her. When she died in 1944, there was an obituary in the Irish Times. Dr. Ada English, who died on Thursday in Ballinasloe, was born in Mullingar, it said in the obituary. Educated in the Loreto Convent and graduated in 1903 from the Royal University as a doctor. And before her appointment in Ballinasloe, where she worked for several decades in the mental hospital, she worked in other hospitals. One of the first women doctors and a friend of Joseph McDonough, Patrick Pearse, Arthur Griffith, and Liam Mellows. She represented the National University in the Second Dáil. Connected with Ballinasloe and Castlereagh mental hospitals since 1904, she was resident medical superintendent for 3 years before her death. So that is to say, she worked in these hospitals for some decades before being promoted very, very late indeed. And she did a great deal to bring about the changes which transferred the lunatic asylum into the present mental hospital, particularly developing occupational therapy. So I'm a doctor, I'm a psychiatrist, and I have an interest in history. And when I read this obituary, which was given to me by a retiring psychiatrist, I was immediately captivated by this story. I knew nothing about her, I'd never heard of her, so I decided to write a book, which I did. And there it is. Now, I promised not to leave this on the screen for a very long time, so you'd all get the name and my name and the publisher. So I'll just say once or twice, this book is called Ada English. It's by Brendan Kelly, and it's published by Irish Academic Press. So I said I wouldn't come back and say it again, so I will just again now emphasize that I'm in no way promoting this book, which is called Ada English. Okay, so the first step looking at her life was to divide it up a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about her, then about politics and the doctors, politics and the asylum, and then a few conclusions. I won't be terribly long on all of this. Looking first at Ada, I went off to find her birth certificate, and lo and behold, she wasn't born in Mullingar at all. She grew up in Mullingar, but she was born here in Cahirsiveen, it turns out. Her father was a pharmacist, Patrick was his name, and he married someone called Nora Mulvihill. And he seems to have been working in a pharmacy here for a number of years. And Ada was born here, and then they moved to Mullingar. And Mullingar have really adopted her as their own. And since the book came out, there is now a plaque on the street in Mullingar outside the pharmacy. There is a bench at the school, the Loreto Convent, where she attended. So Cahirsiveen has a catch-up job to do here in order to claim her. I've done something. Oh yeah. So I'm not certain where in Cahirsiveen. I don't know, can anyone see anything on that birth cert that might give a little more detail about the Cahirsiveen connection? It's a little difficult to read. But I don't know. I know there is there are some pharmacies that are very well established here, so it could have been one of those. But we don't know a lot else about the time here, except that she left, or the family left very soon. Patrick moved them all up to Mullingar. So in Mullingar then, she attended the Loreto Convent School. And there it is. And, you know, the Loreto Convent School in Mullingar was one of these really interesting places where, and I think the nuns as a group generally don't get the credit they deserve for certain aspects of what they did. So the Loreto Convent in the 1890s, they were teaching the girls science. And Ada was one of the huge beneficiaries of this because, you know, she was very well positioned as the daughter of a pharmacist and getting this education to move on to become a doctor in Cecilia Street in the Catholic University School of Medicine. And the Cecilia Street Medical School in Dublin, some of you may know it as Urban Outfitters, the clothing shop. Looking around, I'm not certain you do know it as Urban Outfitters. That's no judgment. Anyway, I know it as Urban Outfitters, the clothing shop. Of course, the medical school, the UCD medical school, it eventually evolved into, moved to Earlsfort Terrace and then onward. But Ada attended Cecilia Street. And, you know, in Dublin, she had all kinds of involvement and she met Patrick Pearse. And Patrick Pearse, he taught her Irish. Her Irish wasn't great, but she attended his Irish classes. Someone else who sat in on lectures in Cecilia Street at the same time was James Joyce. He didn't stay terribly long, he found it boring, and he headed off then to learn Norwegian so he could read various works of literature in the original. He didn't complete that either. Here's an account by Mary Macken of Ada English in her medical student years. And this is Mary Macken, who went on to become, if I'm correct, the first professor of German, I think, at UCD. I can be corrected on that maybe. And Mary said about Ada English, I remember her crisp blonde hair, remarkable blue eyes. You know, they've recently colored up a photograph of Ada English and they made her eyes brown, unfortunately, but she had blue eyes. And her fascinating lisp. She struck me as being singularly adult. Ada was, in fact, some years my senior, tolerant of everything except incompetence or willingness to put up with it. She burned to get to her real work of medicine. For her, it was a vocation as much as a profession. So Ada, attending medical school in Dublin at the Catholic University School of Medicine, following graduation, worked briefly at the Mater Hospital in Dublin, the Children's Hospital in Temple Street, the Richmond Hospital, now well, it's now offices. It was a courtroom for some time. Before, in 1904, going to Connacht District Lunatic Asylum, later St. Bridget's Hospital in Ballinasloe. And I guess most of you will be familiar with St. Bridget's, the big hospital in Ballinasloe, just there at the side of what was the main road, one of the largest hospitals of its type. And she worked there for nearly 4 decades, and she died in 1944. Here's a picture of Ada in 1928. One of the innovations she introduced into the asylum was sports. She had a running track and a cycle track built. She promoted the camogie team, and she's pictured there in the center with the camogie team, which she loved very much. And also, this is a quick mention of some of the treatment innovations. Toward the end of her time, she introduced what was known as cardiazole treatment, which was one of the sort of more progressive at the time treatment. So a lot of changes in the asylum during Ada's time there. But what I really want to talk about, and it's very fitting for today, is her political involvement. You will have seen from the obituary she was highly politically active. She was a friend of Pearse to a degree, Liam Mellows as well, whom you will know, and she was a member of Cumann na mBan. Now I'm going to show some witness statements from the amazing military history witness statements. She didn't give a statement herself, but she's mentioned in several. So here's one talking about the annual convention of Cumann na mBan in 1920. At this time, Madam Markovich, still a prisoner, was elected president, and there was an executive appointed. You see a lot of names here: O'Rahilly, Kathleen Clark, Mrs. Pearse, Mrs. Cant, and then Munster members: Kate Breen, Madge Daly, and obviously Mary. And then in the Connacht members, we have Dr. Ada English. So this is 1920, active in Cumann na mBan, and at this point she was working in the asylum in Ballinasloe. And in a few minutes, I'll explain why that was so important and why she was such a useful member because of her post in the asylum. Here's another statement. This is about Sinn Féin. There were over 40 well-organised Sinn Féin branches in West Galway during this period. Each branch had a large membership and it was like a well-trained army. One East Galway Corla Cantor, Dr. Dignam, the late Bishop of Clonfert, was the chairman, Professor Tierney, secretary, Professor Murphy of Ballinasloe, Mother Malky Brennan, and Dr. Ada English. And you can see here at the end, this is described as an impregnable force, and Ada was part of that, again, while working in the asylum, working in the mental hospital all the time, and politically active, both Cumann na Mban and Sinn Féin. In 1921, though, however, she was arrested, along with Alice Cashel, the vice chairperson of Galway County Council, and she was tried by court-martial in Galway for illegal possession of Cumann na Mban documents in 1921. She was tried in the barracks in Renmore in Galway. Ironically, it's now called Liam Mellows Barracks. I grew up very near it. But she was arrested, tried in 1921, and she was put into prison with Alice Cashel, who did give a statement to the Bureau of Military History. And Alice was the chairperson of Galway County Council. So they were both put into Galway jail, which you can see there. It's now demolished. Those of you who know Galway, this is where the cathedral now stands, built from the same blocks. She was tried by court-martial because in January 21, in her room at the asylum, a quantity of seditious literature was found relating to Cumann na Mban and the Dáil Éireann Convention. She was sentenced to 9 months imprisonment without hard labour in Galway. In good tradition, while in prison, she was elected to the second Dáil, which sat from 1921 to 1922. There's a picture of a Dáil meeting in the Mansion House, looking very splendid indeed. And it's very difficult to figure out her relationship with Eamon de Valera, whom she knew, but seems to have had a tempestuous relationship, because Ada was anti-treaty. She was non-negotiably anti-treaty until the day she died, and was having no truck with moderate positions, negotiations, none of that. Absolutely anti-treaty from the word go. Here she is in the Dáil. Dr. Ada English said she was against the treaty. She would be sorry to see young men go to the shambles, but on a question of right or wrong, she did not see, on and on she went. And if the oaths were omitted, she could accept it under force. But while the oaths were in it and they were asked to accept the king, she could not accept it. And she made a really interesting point, if I can find it here in the treaty debate, about her reasons, or if you like, the reason, sort of one of the reasons that did not apply in her case. She's speaking here in the Dáil and said, there is a point I want to make. I think it was a brave thing to listen to the deputy from Sligo, Alexander McCabe, in reference to women members of An Dáil, claiming they only have the opinions they have because they have a grievance against England. So all the women in the Dáil opposed the treaty, and it was suggested that they did this because they have a grievance against England, because their menfolk were killed and murdered by England's representatives. This is a most unworthy thing for any man to say. So this is Ada English in the Dáil hitting back at the allegation that women opposed the treaty because their men were killed. Ada said, this is a most unworthy thing. I can say this freely because I, thank God, I have no dead men to throw in my teeth as a reason for holding the opinions I hold. And it is most unfair to the women in the Dáil to say this. So like the other female members of the Dáil, she wore black through the treaty debates and voted against it. And ultimately in the election then she obviously paid the price, and she lost her place in the Dáil, after which she played very little part overtly in politics any longer. I was fortunate to get the British Army file about Ada, about her political time, and you can see here they summarise in 1921, elected as a Sinn Féin MP. She had been present at a Sinn Féin meeting in 1918, president of the local Cumann na Mban. Her name appears in secret documents seized from Michael Collins. This is the British Army file on Ada as the delegate to the annual Cumann na Mban convention. She made a blood and thunder speech in Ballinasloe, and this is why she kept getting arrested and nearly arrested for deliberately making provocative speeches in Ballinasloe and trying to get herself arrested. She sounds like a most awkward individual. It sounds like she absolutely thrived on annoying people and trying to get herself arrested. She voted against the treaty and was defeated at the polls as a result. She did remain a little bit active, but not at the national level. It's sometimes difficult to track down details. She was friendly, certainly, with Cahill Brua. She seems to have been at the Hammam Hotel at certain times anyway, but possibly not at the very end or when Brua was injured and later died. Her connection with Cahill Brua isn't very close, but I'm showing this painting anyway because it was painted by my uncle, who is a portrait painter, John Kelly, and we're very proud of my uncle, who's from Mullingar, as it happens, as is my father. And my uncle was a portrait painter, and he was, somewhat to the family's embarrassment, I'll be honest, he became the unofficial Fianna Fáil portrait painter. And there are portraits of Haughey in the Dáil is by my uncle, and we would ask him about this and say, what were you thinking? And but apparently, if you're a professional portrait painter, there was one party that you were more likely to, I don't know how to say this, you would prosper more if you were closer to one political party than the other. So political allegiance went out the window, and commissions came. So if you ever look at Mr. Haughey in the Dáil, and Jack Lynch as well, by John. The only other national reference to Ada's political time is sometime later. Here's an article in the Irish Times, 1929, Republicans in the Rotunda. This is the alternative Dáil. And you can see here, when the Irish Free State was established, the opponents declared the Republican Dáil still existed and refused to enter the new Dáil. And then there was this alternative Dáil. I don't know, does the alternative Dáil still exist out there somewhere? No. Yeah, I have a suspicion it might be out there somewhere waiting but anyway, the legislature. Okay. Okay, so while not drawing a very straight line between Ada English and that, a crooked, maybe hyphenated line of some description. She was present at this event in 1929, and as I say, she remained adamantly anti-treaty. Other people there included Dr. Kathleen Lynn, of whom more in a moment. Kathleen Lynn was this very interesting medical doctor who kept a diary. And this, if any of you ever visit the Royal College of Physicians of Ireland, you will find the diary of Dr. Kathleen Lynn. She was a political activist, one of an early generation of medical doctors. She was co-founder of St. Ultan's Hospital, so a very socialized idea about medicine in Dublin for poor people. But she kept a diary, which we have in the College of Physicians. And the reason I'm showing this is not so much because she was very similar to Ada in her political activism and her concern with health and welfare, but this diary is amazing because each line here represents a year. So you see, it's the May 3rd page. So each year on May 3rd, she wrote a line in the diary. So you see the structure she has going on, so that each year you could look at all the May 3rds of the previous year, which is a really interesting way to structure out your diary and quite a different way of thinking about time. And that's Kathleen Lynn's diary. Unfortunately, Ada English didn't keep a diary that we know of. Another doctor of this period is Bridget Lyons Thornton, who again lived at roughly the same period of Ada English, worked with Michael Collins during the War of Independence, also worked in public health, was a librarian at the Rotunda. So a lot of these women doctors were getting written out of the history until a number of books were written, and my book is called Ada English, Patriot and Psychiatrist, just to be clear. So this is another analogous story, Bridget Lyons Thornton. But Kathleen Lynn is perhaps the best known of this group of doctors, and Margaret O'Hogarty wrote a wonderful book. There was a Dorothy Stopford Price as well, very influential in the control of TB in Ireland, but again, written out of the story until recently, and we know about Ada. So I'm kind of only got about 5 or so minutes left in me, so I'm going to talk a tiny bit about the asylums. And Ada English, her choice about working in the mental hospitals was such an interesting choice. It wasn't an obvious choice at the time. And she worked in Ballinasloe. And you really need to understand a little bit about Ireland's mental hospitals and in order to understand what she was trying to do. We have a complicated history with institutions in Ireland, be they industrial schools, mother and baby homes, Magdalene laundries, you name it. What a lot of those have in common is they were run directly or indirectly by the church or by church organizations. Our mental hospitals were not. They were not run by the church. They were secular from the word go. And we put more people in mental hospitals than any other country did before or since. At their peak in the 1960s, we had 20,000 people in psychiatric institutions, 20,000. If you add together everybody in mother and baby homes, industrial schools, Magdalene laundries, all other institutions, and prisons at any moment in Ireland, they don't come to half the number that were in mental hospitals at any given moment. And it interests me that we investigate many institutions in this country, and rightly so, but we shy away from the biggest of them all, which is the mental hospitals. And one of the reasons is because they weren't run by the church. So this received narrative in Irish history, which has a lot to recommend it, which is that the church was this entirely external evil force placed upon us, doesn't fit. This story is awkward. The story of the asylums doesn't fit this narrative and has therefore been ignored to a very large degree. The other thing that's interesting about the asylums is we had 20,000 people in them, but then when we gained independence and so forth, they continued to grow. So we can't blame the church and we can't blame the British. So this is very awkward indeed. We could just blame doctors, and certainly my profession takes a certain amount of responsibility for this, but for a long time in the asylums, you didn't need a medical certificate to be admitted. Admissions were decided by the board, not by doctors. So it's a very complicated social story, and these were huge institutions. So Ballinasloe, I'm just going to talk a tiny bit. It was founded in the mid-1800s. It grew, and around 1940, when Ada English was there were nearly 1,900 people in it. 5 years later, there were 2,100 people in Ballinasloe. So to put that into context, the town of Ballinasloe in 1945 had a population of 5,600 people in total, 5,600. Of that 5,600, 2,100 were patients in St. Bridget's in the mental hospital. So pretty much everyone else, if half the town was in there, pretty much everyone else either worked in it or supplied it or was in some way connected with it. And these connections, they were very important. This was an economic powerhouse for the town. So when people say, why were the asylums so big and why did no one shut them down? The answer is there was huge political resistance. Can you imagine closing an institution like that in a town? I mean, some years ago now, we saw what happened in, say, Roscommon when they wanted to change the functioning of the emergency department in the hospital. And there was absolute outcry. Someone lost his seat in the Dáil and didn't get it back. He didn't get it back, I think, Stephen, did he? No, he didn't. No. So in another constituency. But like the price paid is enormous. So imagine trying to shut down something like this, or even scale down something like this locally. It's almost impossible. Towns competed to get mental hospitals built in them for the building contracts alone, let alone the permanent employment they offered. But because the asylums were so big and so powerful, they had a lot of political clout, and they were strangely politicized. Here's a statement from the Committee of Management in Ballinasloe District Asylum in 1921. Ada English, who works there, she's a staff member as an assistant medical superintendent, has been arrested. And And here's what the superintendent reports to the asylum committee. Dr. English is under detention in a government institution, therefore I got a locum. There's nothing about her having committed a criminal offence, nothing about it being a problem. The asylum is totally chilled with the fact that she is in prison. In fact, they go on in July of that year to say they will not communicate in any way with any department of the British government in Ireland. So a very politicised boards of management, very locally, economically powerful institutions, and Ada found a very receptive asylum in which to work. These places were all over the country. Here's Armagh. Belfast has been demolished apart from the gate. Carlow, Ida, I know you'll be familiar with this building now. It's still across the road from your house. It's still functioning in various ways. Ballinasloe, it's now empty. It's now derelict. And it was built in a sort of an experimental design. It doesn't have foundations to speak of. And therefore, while it's listed and can't be demolished, neither will anyone buy it to do anything with it. And the insurance costs an arm and a leg every year. Kilkenny, it's still standing. Omagh, extraordinary archive up in Omagh of letters, and I'm just going to share one of them very briefly. People were admitted to these institutions for complicated reasons. Some people were mentally ill, some were disabled, some were a bit strange, and some were just admitted for literally explicitly family reasons. There was a phenomenon called wintering in, where a family would leave somebody into the asylum in the start of winter. They'd take them out in the summer to work on the farm and then put them back in for the winter. That was called wintering in. And once you build an institution, you get families and communities using them in complex, subtle ways. So these weren't especially medical. Also, there was grave difficulty discharging people. So there's a letter in Omagh, and this is from an earlier period at the end of the 1800s. There are many such letters from the asylum superintendent to a family saying, you know, your family member is now well, they've been well for a year, will you please come and take them home? And then a letter back from the family saying, thank you, but we cannot take him home. We cannot cope with him at home. It is best he stay in the asylum until he dies. Please write to us again when he dies. So really difficult choices that families might have made, poverty, you know, no other option. So very difficult, and that was just a letter from Omagh. Mullingar is well worth driving in and around to see the magnitude of these places. Sligo is a hotel, if any of you have stayed there. The Downpatrick Asylum, Letterkenny, it's still standing. Ennis, so you see these huge buildings. Portrane was the biggest, St. Edith's in Portrane, the biggest building contract ever awarded by the state. So let's think for a minute. A huge, big hospital building project, the biggest ever contract. It ran over time. It ran over budget. There were questions in Parliament about it constantly. So that doesn't ring any bells, does it? Enniscorthy, beautiful red brick one. And it was put on the market. You could buy that some years ago for 780,000 euros, sold by the HSE. And they just got planning permission now to make apartments and houses and things like this around it. So we had this huge increase in the number of people in our mental hospitals by the time that Ada came along. And this is another one of them, the Richmond in Dublin. And Ada really led the way for female doctors in this area. This is another one called Dr. Eleonora Fleury. She worked in St. Brendan's Hospital in Grangegorman in Dublin, and she became the first female psychiatrist admitted to the Medical Psychological Association. So Ireland holds that distinction as the first female psychiatrist in the world. And this is where she worked, in St. Edith's in Portrane. And she too was highly politicized. She was arrested, she was interned, and she used to be hiding out prisoners in the asylum, as indeed Ada did in Ballinasloe. This is a map of one of the asylums, just indicating how easy it was to hide Republican fugitives in all of the nooks and crannies of St. Edith's in Portrane. Just these amazing buildings full of cubby holes. The final point I want to make is Ada's use of the asylum for her political ends. Here's another witness statement about somebody called Kerry, who resigned from the RIC He signed some papers and he got a job in Ballinasloe Mental Hospital. These were huge employers, and Ada would give a job to anyone who resigned from the RIC. Dr. English arranged jobs in the mental hospital for any RIC man who could be induced to resign. And these were really good jobs. So while Ada stepped back from headline politics, she was churning away quietly in the background all the time, using the power and the political orientation of the asylums to further her ends. So this is Ada at her retirement in the middle. It's a very fuzzy photograph. She was finally appointed resident medical superintendent at the age of 68, having worked for 37 years in Ballinasloe. She resigned some months later. She was ill at that stage, and she died in Ballinasloe, and she requested to be buried in the patients' cemetery at the side of the asylum. So her story was very much forgotten. There was a 1916 centenary conference in Mullingar, which resulted in this lovely plaque, which is now on the house where she lived where she grew up in Mullingar beside the pharmacy. Now, a year after her death, a little notice appeared in the Irish Times. We know very little about Ada's personal life. We know she didn't marry. We know very, very little else. I've no diaries, no letters, no nothing. If someone has a box of letters in their attic, you can tell me, but my book is still worth buying, even if. So we don't know a lot about her personal life, but a year after she died, this appeared in the Irish Times. In fond memory, I guess, of Dr. Ada English and the date of her death, for a little lonely while Bannacht Lath. For a little lonely while Bannacht Lath. Does that ring a bell with anybody? There is a very special prize. For anybody who can come up with that. No. All right. Well, it's easy for me because I looked it up. I wish I could say I knew. But here's a poem called Bannacht Lath by Etna Carberry. Thank God 'tis not a long goodbye we give each other, you and I. Sure in my heart the hope is fain to whisper you will come again. With the kind eyes, the same kind smile, then for a little lonely while, Bannacht Lath. So that's Ada. Thank you very much.
I got so enraptured listening, I forgot I had a second person to introduce there, so forgive me. So thank you, Brendan. So now we have Dr. Ida Milne, and Ida lectures in European history at Carlow College, and she's visiting research in Trinity College, Dublin, Department of History. Now, during the early times of the pandemic, you may have heard or seen Ida because she was a frequent commentator on the pandemic, the COVID-19, both in Ireland and on international media. So she, how would I say, specializes in the history of medicine, infectious disease, particularly in the 19th and 20th century. That's her primary research on social, medical, economic, and political history of the influenza that's more commonly known as the Spanish flu, that's what I think. She also, well, she's written many books, but the one that is particular speaking to us today, Stacking the Coffins, Influenza, War and Revolution in Ireland, 1918 to 1919. That's the book. It was published in 2018, which is interesting, just before COVID hit here. And the book has been described as the authoritative work of the Spanish flu in Ireland, and was a handbook to look at the history of the pandemic during the COVID. So today Ida will speak to us on, the topic is an earlier pandemic, the Spanish flu of 1918 to 1919, and whether that shaped policy and healthcare in Ireland. So the topic is yours, Ida, and you're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much to Mary for the introduction, and follow Brendan Kelly. He's always magnificent, and we medical historians are always in awe of him and the breadth of his knowledge and the enthusiasm for the topic, you know, which is really lovely. I'm delighted to be in Kerry because I'm not shy about saying my age, I'm 62, but when I was about 22, Kerry were really at their football height, and I was in love with a journalist who was doing a lot of work on the Kerry football team. So I spent nearly every weekend in Kerry for 2 or 3 years. So it's great fun to be back again after all those years. I did my PhD in Trinity on the Spanish flu, which was then a very little known topic. And my long-suffering supervisor, David Dixon, is in the audience, and he had to listen to me intensely about it. About 2016, I was told I really should widen my interest, because nobody'd ever be interested in hearing about something like a pandemic, because that kind of thing wasn't going to happen again. And I also then broke out into doing Protestant history as well. So that's my second book. I don't have lots of books, I just have 2. But COVID very quickly proved that wrong, I'm really glad to say. And while COVID has been a very difficult time, it was very interesting for me as a flu historian to look and see just how many parallels there were, and that indeed a historian could really help to inform about what was going on from something that had happened 100 years ago. These are newspaper headlines from the 1918, 1919 papers. Something like, very similar to the way that COVID came. It would really help if I could put on my glasses, because then I could read my own slides. It comes in as a kind of a mystery. People can't figure out what's going on for a while, just as like in the early days from Wuhan, when some people were saying, there's something going on in Wuhan. We can't quite figure out what it is, but the authorities there seem to be very alarmed about it. So the British War Office had been really carefully monitoring for unusual disease events in civilian populations because of the First World War. And journalists in papers everywhere, but including in Ireland, the provincial papers in particular, were saying great diseases always follow great wars, because earlier wars like the Franco-Prussian Wars or whatever were bringing back things like smallpox, typhus, etc. into the civilian population. So when a mystery disease that turned some of the dead black, which had kind of echoes of pneumonic plague, arrived in the northeast of Ireland in a quadrant from the north coast down as far as Dublin, in the early summer of 1918, there was a considerable degree of alarm, and the public really had been primed that such an event would happen. But it takes a while for people to agree that it is a type of influenza, because for one thing, it's happened out of season. And one we know, as now it's the largest killing influenza pandemic on record since the 1500s. There's about 15 of them. So right from the beginning, this disease caused puzzle and growing fear of the uncontrollable. How big was it going to be? Would medicine be able to get control of it? What could we do with it? How many was it going to kill? All these questions are being asked. And doesn't this have so many echoes with what we've seen with COVID? The Spanish flu pandemic was called Spanish because there was less censorship in Spain. There was no censorship in Spain because it wasn't part of the war. It killed between 40 million and 100 million people during 1918 and 1919. The world population was then about 2 billion. Of course, we're very precise with it, 40 million, maybe 100 million. We'll never really know. But there are very inaccurate statistics from many parts of the world. Russia, for example, is under revolution. China, with very few robust statistics for as well. It infected an estimated 1/5 to half of the world's population. It's very interesting that, because the coronavirus has now infected quite a similar number, 634 million people, with almost 7 million deaths out of the world population today, which is 7 billion. It remains one of the largest epidemic disease events in history, ranked alongside the plagues of Justinian in the 500s and the Black Death in the medieval and early modern period. It disrupted societies and economies. This would have seemed so unusual 3 years ago.
It debilitated the armed forces involved in the First World War. They didn't talk about which sector of the army had been weakened by it because it had given away the enemy information. And it persuaded international health authorities to set up a global influenza monitoring system. And it was a factor in persuading some countries to move towards socialized or universal healthcare. For example, it was an influence on the formation of the NHS in Britain, and Canada and New Zealand also took it into account when setting up, improving their health systems. It left a lasting legacy of health problems for the survivors. It wasn't just about surviving and getting through it, not dying, but it could leave you with long-term health effects. Or if your father or mother died from it, you know, you had an immediate trauma in the family, but you might also lose the family home if their job had the home going with it as a perk. And, you know, there's a lot of tragic loss and a lot of altered family circumstances caused by it. Every location, bar some very remote islands which have in the Atlantic, which have now sunk back into it, caught it. Most countries had 3 waves. Some had 4, for example, northern Sweden with a 4th in 1920. Some of Japan's experience was in 1920. South America was also mostly in 1920. It's a very similar story to the COVID, a novel disease that spreads efficiently with high morbidity or infection rates and a very low death rate. About 2.5% of those who caught it are estimated to have died. And that was a similar figure to what COVID was killing before medicine got a better handle on it. So it paralyzed contemporary society, it disrupted trade globally. The newspapers were always full of talk like De Beers is not in production at the moment, or there's nothing happening on the Canadian stock market at the moment because of the way business was being disrupted. And because of the way it hit the different armies in the war, Howard Phillips argues that it did have an impact on the ending of the war, but I leave that to greater authorities than me to decide. By October, the German army had about 400,000 down with the flu. So it really filled people with fear. The newspapers are full of it, or journalists trying to calm down that fear. There was no cure. Contemporary medical knowledge was puzzled by it. And they had a new confidence in bacteriology as the means to combat infectious disease. And that was punctured. As it kept re-emerging in 3 or 4 ways, they had no confidence that it would go away. It had both common statistics and unique local features wherever it occurs. And these unique local features often caused increased death, and things like water shortage or cuts, fuel shortages, overcrowded housing, power supply, sewage, general conditions of poverty, or environmental issues like fog. These could all increase local incidence and death from flu. In Ireland, there were over 2 years, 20,057 officially certified flu deaths, concentrated mostly into 3 waves. And I've calculated about 3,000 excess pneumonia deaths. And then with the help of Anthony Kinsella, an RCSI statistician, we've estimated that about 800,000 in Ireland, out of a population of 4 million, more than 1/5 of the population, were probably laid low by it if the case fatality rate was 2.5%. But there's really a lot of evidence to suggest that not many deaths were certified as people were dying so fast. So COVID deaths on the island of Ireland now are over 12,800 as of yesterday, with 7,930 in the Republic and 4,892 in Northern Ireland. And one statistic I find really interesting is that the US deaths from COVID, very unusually on a global scale, are actually higher than they were in 1918 when they lost 675,000. It's over 1 million in the US deaths that they've lost today, which in my view is kind of a disgrace for a modern country. The next 2 are just maps of the flu deaths in 1918 and 1919. 1918, here you can see in the darker colours the way it impacted mostly on Ulster and on Leinster. And then watch Kerry, it's white there, which is a very, very low rate at that stage. And if you watch now, it gets a much more serious impact in 1919. So that then to look at some, they didn't come out so well on the PowerPoint. These are some maps that Georgina Larraghy and Francis Ludlow did for Glasnevin influenza exhibition. Apologies for my stutters. And again, if you look at Kerry, the left one is 1918 and the right-hand one is 1919. You see that it's not so much down here, but really up in Dingle that is the really serious problem in Kerry, and also in around Tralee and Killarney, I think. And I'm wondering if that's following the train lines, if that's what caused the higher outbreak around there. Open to suggestions, and I'd love to hear them. As I say there, Kerry was hardly affected in 1919. It had a death rate of only 0.94 per thousand living, one of the lowest in the country. 150 people died. It's still a really important thing to all their families. But in 1919, the case is much worse. It has one of the highest county death rates in Ireland at 2.61 per thousand living, or 416 people, with much more men, 233 men and 181 women. The county population in 1911 was 160,000. Cahirsiveen lost 8 to the flu in 1918, and in 1919 it lost a lot more, 91 in the first 6 months, which is the worst part, and 71 in the second 6 months. Sorry, that's the total death. But there were 38 of those deaths were from flu, 13 from bronchitis, 17 from pneumonia, all of which might have been diagnosed, might have been influenza. And many were young adults aged 25 to 35. Cahirsiveen news coverage of the flu isn't great, so that suggests the impact wasn't really strong. So that you have things like the school attendance committee is talking about the rural epidemic raging, or that the library was closed. Here's another one that mentions Cahirsiveen. It's a story in the Killarney Echo, influenza in Killarney. In travelling to Tralee, Farn 4, Cahirsiveen, Milltown recently, I've been annoyed at the wild stories about the deaths. And there's a talk about how exaggerated they are. And they say, besides, the most of them lately are poor, worn-out patients in the asylum, all of whom belong to the country. So I put that in, especially for you, Brendan. One of the biggest stories that comes out of Kerry is that Austin Stack was a political prisoner in Crumlin Road Jail in Belfast, and there was a major outbreak of flu there. So he writes to the newspapers and complains that something needs to be done and that they need more medical care. So here you see a letter from Mr. Stack was read as follows at Tuesday's Sinn Féin Ardèche at the Mansion House in Dublin. And that was on the 31st of October 1918 at the height of the second wave. And he reports that influenza is very popular here. No less than 112 men are under doctor's care. One was removed to the Mater Hospital in Belfast, having developed pneumonia. 2 others also in a serious condition. There are 17 men in the hospital that can hold no more. The others are in ordinary cells. I wrote to the board, that's the General Prisons Board, on Monday evening, requiring to be allowed to call in any medical men we thought fit ourselves. I've demanded from 6 to 10 trained nurses at once. There's no such thing as a nurse in this establishment. So they're complaining that they're not getting, most hospitals and prisons were under-provisioned with medical staff at the time because so many of the medical workers were away at the war. I couldn't find any deaths in the GRO, in the death certification for Cahirsiveen, but I found these for the Dingle Union. So if you look at them there, I wish I had a pointer on this, I probably do. The first one there is a 9-year-old child, a farmer's child, a little girl, and she dies from influenza after 1 week. I think then the last one is also a 21-year-old, which I'm really surprised at because they're described as a labourer's child, but influenza 1 week certified. So that's the kind of thing you'll see, a lot of children dying from the flu and a lot of young people. These are reports in the Irish Times from the 31st of October 1918, and this is much more typical of what you'll find in newspapers across the country. There's generally something from a medical officer saying there's no cause for panic, and as soon as you see that headline, you know that flu is absolutely raging in the district, and they're doing their very best to try and keep it quiet. The effects in legal circles, that the bar has been struck by it, that the docks in Dublin are being hit. Sir Charles Cameron was the Dublin Chief Medical Officer of Health. He was a very sensible guy and he could give really clear, sensible information. So journalists were always looking to him for information. And then you see this one here in the bottom right-hand corner, a germicide campaign. Disinfection and purification are the watchwords just now with housekeepers and managers and all sorts of businesses and general establishments. Doesn't that sound familiar? This is just very quickly is to show that this was a very unusual age cohort that was hit. Under fives who were a very vulnerable sector of Irish society at the time, but unusually young, strong adults were hit by it. So the 20 to 35-year-olds, which are also often parents of young children. And this is just to show that it was very much, while all classes were hit, it was very much the working classes that were worst hit. The dark blue there is the working class. So you can see that the impact on them is much stronger. That's the waves in Dublin by social class and occupation. So you can see 3 waves there. It forced medicine to search harder for answers. Medicine was really heavily vested in bacteriology, the new wonder science following the discoveries of Lister and of Koch and of Pasteur and of Pfeiffer, which seemed to be beating the endless battle against infectious disease. In the Ireland of the 1910s, rates of death from infectious disease were falling. It was taught due to bacteriological methods, to better hygiene, stronger focus on hygiene in general, but now viewed to be part of a complex process that Abdul Amran has coined as the epidemiological transition. But the deaths in the 1910s were still very high. The deaths on the island then were over 70,000 a year, compared to about 30,000 in a non-COVID year now, with TB, pneumonias, bronchitis, the big killers, and they would kill in the thousands. TB would kill 7,000 or 8,000 a year. Measles, scarlet fever, whooping cough, infant diarrhea, and diphtheria also killed hundreds each year. And one of the main causes for those massive death rates are poor housing, poverty, and the really unhealthy environment. At the time, flu was understood to be caused by a bacterium, probably Pfeiffer's bacillus, which is HIV, we know it as today. And while it didn't respond to bacteriological methods, doctors really realized that they had to look harder for answers, and they wondered, was it a virus, which they couldn't then see with microscopes. But in 1933, when the flu virus was isolated in ferrets, this was proven. So like COVID-19, medicine upped its game to find better answers, and the pandemic stimulated an awful lot of research. I want to talk just then, as I'm coming to the end, about Stella Larkin McConnell's family. Stella I got to know during the 1913 lockout, and she was really a terrific oral history interviewee. She's the granddaughter of Dennis Larkin, who became Mayor of Dublin, and the daughter of Dennis Larkin, and the granddaughter of James Larkin, both leading trade unionists. And she described the conditions of tenement living and loss during the flu, which were really very hard to penetrate from reports. You need to really talk to somebody who knew what it was like and had seen what it's like. Her mother, Anna Moore Larkin, who went on to become Lady Mayoress of Dublin, was the only one of 10 children to survive beyond the age of 5. Isn't that quite something? It's unimaginable with our eyes today. And when she spoke, she told me about how, TB was rampant in the tenements. They lived in Marlborough Street. We were very near the Spire in the centre of Dublin in a one-room tenement. And, she described how they had one bed to live in that the whole family would share, and that her grandmother had to carry a bucket upstairs with water, and then again, to empty the chamber pots, she'd have to carry those downstairs again, and just how hard it was to keep children healthy under those conditions. Those children died from diseases that were very typical of the period. They died from, none from TB, but they died from measles and infant diarrhea mostly. But her aunt, Mary Moore, little Mary Moore, was the oldest one of those other 10 to survive. She lived 4 3/4 years. She died during the flu pandemic, and apparently she said to her mother, "Please put on my best dress. I have a feeling something very important is going to happen." And she got into bed with her best dress on and died from the flu. So Stella's testimony was a real eye-opener to me. So it explained to me why flu was kind of forgotten. It's because it was just one more noise in a loud cacophony of disease that was going on. So people were suffering so many challenges for disease, it wasn't all that unusual to them. And this is the kind of room that Stella said her family lived in. There's actually 5 children in that picture. which is from Francis Street in Dublin. So you can see the one bed, the meagre table with a mixing bowl and a teapot on it, a little girl over on the left-hand side in the corner, and the other four are in the bed, I think. Somebody pointed them all out to me. I can barely see them myself. They look like little rag dolls there in the bed. So in 1910s, 20% of the 70,000 plus deaths in any year were children under the age of 5. Isn't that phenomenal? And it really shows how far we've progressed. It happened because of conditions of poverty, the famous or infamous tenements, bad housing, dirty air which could come in through the homes through the cracked walls and the missing panes of glass and things like that. Poor water and sanitary provision, lack of refrigeration, poorly funded healthcare. And this guy here on the left, Charles Cameron, who I mentioned earlier, he dreamt of an Ireland where every household could have running water and a flush toilet. Didn't seem like much, but we've more or less achieved it. And, you know, the medical statistics over the course of the 120 or 100 years since the 1910s have shown really how much we've achieved, but we've so much more left to do. What did flu change then? Well, pandemics, Terence Ranger and Paul Slack tell us, shine a peculiarly bright light on society, highlighting the existing cracks and showing us what's wrong and need to be fixed. And boy, has COVID ever done that to us. It helped to reform and standardize doctors' pay. Doctors had really poor rates of pay at the time, and they varied from poor law union to poor law union. So the flu gave doctors a bargaining power that they never had before, and the local government board was forced to standardise the rates. The Irish Public Health Council was put together in the immediate aftermath of the flu, but that was, you know, a move that had been long mooted to resolve long-running issues in the poor law and in health provision more generally, because the whole system is very ad hoc and not seen to talk to each other, and the flu once again has pointed to that. So it advised major revisions to the disjointed systems and things like bacteriological laboratories to investigate, to work scientifically, diagnosing diseases were advocated in it. But the moves, of course, were shelved as we entered into the War of Independence, the Civil War, and then forgotten for a while in the new Free State. Eventually, some of them were introduced. We never got the radical overhaul and the move towards universal healthcare or socialised medicine that happened elsewhere, while Britain, on the other hand, got the NHS. And sometimes I wonder who won the revolution because of that. And vested interests have historically limited this in Ireland, and I would argue are still doing that today. So a century later, we still don't have universal healthcare or even the same measures that many of our European neighbours have. We have a system where privilege buys better access to health. We've moved a long way from 1918, but there have been these historic blocks to universal healthcare. Free GP access is going to be a real game changer. How we treat our most vulnerable is always a measure of how we govern and the ethics of our society. A budget reflects not only economics, but also ethics. And again, you know, I'll remind you of that Ranger and Slack idea that pandemics shine a bright light in society. Let's not forget what COVID has shown us so very painfully, like we did in the wake of the 1918-19 pandemic, because we have contemporary Stellas with similar family stories of poverty and deprived access to healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Ida. It was wonderful and breathtaking. And there's now open floor for you to talk back to, or if you have a question, to Brendan or Ida. And their microphones will be available to help.
Probably don't need the microphone, do I?
Yes, for
I do. All right, fine, great. Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
Online viewers.
Yeah, just we have discussed this because we know one another so well, Ida. But I was wondering, would you like to say something about government response to this pandemic? Because it seemed the very big difference between 1918, 1919 and COVID is the very proactive response of governments in terms of orchestrating the medical response, but also the social and economic response. And I wonder, which I think was largely absent in 1918, 1919. And would you like to do a compare and contrast on that?
Yeah, well, my argument about the local government board in 1918, 1919 was that they largely seemed to have pulled out of government in their heads. And Sir Henry Robinson, who was the de facto head of the local government board and the managed the poor law, he doesn't mention it at all in his memoirs. He mentions just about everything else, including the burning of the papers in the Custom House. Where the records about it would have been. So I think he felt a deep sense of shame about it. And the journalists are constantly saying in 1918, 1919, even in what we call the Castle papers, like the Kildare Observer, they're saying, what are the people in the Custom House, which was the seat of the local government board for Ireland, doing about this? Now, I would like to argue possibly that they might have read the government when this was happening. My instinct was always to put my little book into my hand and drive into government buildings and say, you're doing stuff wrong. You need to know about this. You don't just need to mask medical people. You need to mask shop workers. You need to mask the army. You need to mask the postal workers, the police, when they were trying to say we shouldn't be masking. And, I think I'd love to see more politicians reading more health history. I know the doctors do, and not just you, Brendan, but a lot of the doctors are very interested in health history. But I think health history, science history has a lot to tell us in how we run our country. Brendan, I think you might have something to say about this too, this question too.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess there were huge differences in the response, I suppose, and our responses too. It is interesting to go back to the asylums when some things are the same. So when the flu came, you had these huge asylums, and between 1 in 5 and 1 in 7 patients in asylums died of the flu. So this very elevated mortality. When you look at COVID, people with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or schizophrenia were 6 times more likely to be diagnosed with COVID than people without those diagnoses. And this is even outside the institutions. So the distribution of healthcare, access to preventive health advice was still not happening, certainly to people with mental illness, the way that it should have been. So there were these echoes all the time that just kept coming. And sometimes reading about the history of medicine and health history, as you say, you do get this deadening sense of things repeating themselves. And you can't help, just can't help thinking about. Indeed, Ada English, a great deal of her time in Ballinasloe was spent wrestling with the problem of TB in the asylums, building new buildings, separating out people with TB, trying to get death rates down from TB. So infectious diseases were a huge part of those institutions, where 12% of patients died each year, mostly of preventable infectious diseases in the asylums.
Thank you for that. Yeah, over here, Mary.
Ida, I was just wondering, what you were saying about how there were more in 1919, it had increased, there were more fatalities. And I'm just wondering, could it be as simple as the fact that there were more soldiers? The First World War ended in 1918 and more of them came back, and there were maybe in barracks around the country, both in barracks, in the community, and maybe infecting their own families as well?
Yeah, it could be, but I always forget the word when the soldiers are sent home from the war. Demobilization didn't largely happen until the flu, until after April 1919. But what you might see in Kerry, when Frank, Georgina and I, when we overlaid the local barracks onto those maps, it also showed that there was a good deal of mobility and infection around the barracks. It might be, given the times that were happening, I'm doing some work on this with somebody else at the moment, Niall Murray. It might be that, that there was restriction on movement because of the revolutionary issues at the time as well. Sometimes you can see that causes a lower rate or a higher rate. But I think it's also generally that the general pattern is westwards at the time. but I'll be delighted if anybody can tell me more from the audience, because local knowledge is always great.
Sorry, I just wondered about the idea that the church didn't have anything to do with the mental hospitals. And I remember as a child passing, I think it was Ballinasloe Hospital with my grandmother, who would have been 70 years old at the time. And she blessed herself passing the hospital. And she said, all those patients in there, the Lord have mercy on them. And it struck me that people who looked on the patients there as being already dead, as far as they were concerned. And maybe that's one of the reasons why the church wasn't involved. I don't know, that thinking.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of church involvement is really one of the standout features, because the church was not shy about either establishing or taking over large institutions. But there's a complicated sense in which, you know, people were hidden away in asylums, but the asylums were these huge, enormous buildings quite near the centers of town, and everyone knew they were there. And there wasn't exactly a queue of families at the weekends wanting to take people home, even when they were ready to go home. And yet there was this fear about them. It was a constructed fear, and people blessing themselves very commonly going past them. And yet the walls were very porous. You had hundreds of people coming and going every day, staff members. And whenever I talk about this around the place, you know, someone usually comes up at the end and says, you know, at the local hospital, you know, maybe their family had a farm, and a man came to work on the farm every day and went home every evening, and it turns out he was coming and going from the asylum. And there was a great deal of this going on. And sometimes it was really positive. People got out into the community for the day. Some of them got paid. Sometimes it was really, really negative. People were badly exploited for no pay working on local farms as well. So a very complicated relationship between communities and their big institutions. And one of the really interesting stories is about women in the asylums, because women were less likely than men to be admitted. Once admitted, they were more likely to be discharged sooner and less likely to get any of the treatments that were introduced. And this is tremendously interesting because if you look at it in isolation, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But when you think of the context and women being sent home in order to look after children, to mind the house, it turns out not to be such a good news story for women at all. In fact, in the 1920s, there were some women who used to try and get into the asylum just to be relieved of the burden of all the housework, the endless cycle of pregnancies and childcare. So it was called going for a holiday in the big house and trying to get in just to get out of home, because home was so grim and awful.
Just have compliments to both speakers, who are both very interesting. For Dr. Millen's interest, Cahirsiveen people have a particular interest in the Spanish flu since our local doctor died in 1918. And of particular interest this past year, his surviving daughter, twins were born to his wife posthumously, and the surviving baby child only died last year. So it brings us very kind.
What was their name?
Noreen O'Connell. He was Dr. O'Donoghue from Drumcare up the Iny Valley. And his wife, his daughter, was Noreen O'Connell. She married Owen O'Connell of the local drapers. They were Fine Gael people.
Thank you for that. That's the real religion.
Mary, sorry.
Hi again. Just thank you to both speakers. You know, having worked in the mental service for some time, I think there was just a sense of shock when you went into it and saw the sheer size and people just sitting up against a wall with nothing to look forward to. And I remember even going up and talking to the superintendent, and I says, is this the situation ongoing? And literally there was a sense of hopelessness in his point of view. I suppose just looking to the future, thankfully these institutions are emptied, but about where is mental health going for the future, in the sense that with young people suffering from anxiety, depression, the Ukrainian epidemic, and probably primary care, creaking at the seams, and everyone always says that mental health is the Cinderella of the health service, like the bigger hospitals gets it all. So it's going to be a huge issue, and there doesn't seem to be any answers about how we're going to cope with the epidemic of mental health going forward. So just.
Oh, okay. So a big question then. Yeah, I suppose historically, as I said, at the peak, the mental hospitals had 20,000 people in them. So they're largely closed down. At this moment in inpatient psychiatric care in Ireland, there are about 1,800 people. So a very low number internationally. We have the third lowest number of inpatient psychiatric beds in the EU. And our rate of involuntary admission, that sectioning under the legislation, is less than half the rate in England. So the pendulum has swung very dramatically away from the big institutions to where we are today. And the problem isn't so much being protected from over-exuberant care. The problem is getting access. And we see this particularly in child and adolescent mental health services now. So it's certainly oriented away from institutions. Obviously, the community care structures that are needed to support that have not been put in place as much as they should be. Ireland devotes 5% of the health budget to mental health. The WHO recommends 12%. In England, it's 13%. Sláinte Care says 10%, which would be an improvement. But we do need to ramp up all levels of care, and also a recognition about severe mental illness. There's something of a denial about this, about schizophrenia, about bipolar disorder, about severe depression. A lot of the public discussion, which is really helpful and good, is about lifestyle and diet and jogging and all this, which is really, really good. But there's a lot less acknowledgement that there is a point beyond which all the jogging in the world, all the broccoli in the universe, and all the mindfulness in the cosmos, there is a point when more specialist care is needed and works. There's a sort of a denial about that. I mean, I think that the wellness literature has been helpful and all the lifestyle stuff is good, but there is a point beyond that that's not acknowledged. So yeah, but that said, there are some really positive things happening and they don't get spoken about. I will give you just one example if I have a quick moment. And this is quite a sensitive and a difficult topic, so feel free to tune out if you like. But when you look globally at mental health, and particularly look at the problem of self-harm and the problem of suicide, that the number of people dying by suicide in the world has fallen dramatically over recent decades. It fell by 1/3 between 1990 and 2018. A huge decline in suicide globally. It fell by 1/3. Now, I used to describe this as the biggest public health shift of our lifetime, but then COVID came along and took that one from me. But it still remains a huge change and a huge increase in global well-being that the rate of suicide can fall by 1/3. What really interests me, though, is nobody talks about this. You see, even one suicide is one too many, and there are undoubtedly people here who have been touched by suicide, bereavements, and families. All the statistics in the world don't matter. If you're affected, then statistics are irrelevant, and I do understand that. However, we have to step back and say it is possible to make very positive change in terms of suicide and in terms of mental health, and there is huge positive change happening globally. We should acknowledge that, figure it out a little more. And look, maybe we're doing something that works in terms of reducing suicide globally. So rather than pumping money into problematic bits of our services that we don't know do they work, let's identify a bit that does and really put more into that. Because if we could reduce that by another 33%, that would be dramatic. We're talking about millions of people alive who would not otherwise be alive if the number of people dying by suicide had not fallen so dramatically globally. So I'm not saying the problem is solved by any means, because even one suicide is one too many. No one is born wanting to die by suicide, so we got to fix that, but we can.
Mary, there's a question up here later if you have it, please.
Thank you very much. My question is for Dr. Kelly. Can I just say before I ask it, I found your talk on 8 English really interesting, and I just wondered if you thought of writing a book about it, perhaps. Anyhow, that's not the
Sorry,
question.
I will interrupt you there because it's funny you should ask.
Okay, I know. Anyhow, no, when I hear you talking about the capacity for these, these enormous mental hospitals, I mean, I often go through Enniscorthy and see that building. They're astonishing. The very politically improper idea comes to me of Jonathan Swift's famous cruel statement about, when he gave his gift to the building of St. Patrick's, to the city of Dublin, he said no city needed it more. I can't help wondering two things. First of all, somebody had to pay for this, presumably the British Treasury and then the Irish Department of Finance. And did nobody ever say, well, hang on a minute, these are being used as dumping grounds. There are people being wintered out in there. Possibly people were working on farms who'd come from institutions and had a very, questionable background in terms of how they were treated in those institutions as children. And they couldn't cope and all of that. And whether that's a social or a medical issue, I don't know. But there were other people being put in there because they were too old or too awkward. Did the department never say, why are we building these enormous buildings? It seems extraordinary that they would just keep funding massive buildings. And the second thing is, do we know, I mean, you said this hasn't really been studied yet, if you can use a very crude categorization, how many people were really, in inverted commas, psychiatric? I mean, because if we're saying, Ireland had a massive psychiatric problem, they've got all these people in psychiatric hospitals, but actually they're kind of dump houses like the workhouse became to some extent, and they were just places people were put. Well, then they're fulfilling a kind of rough social function, but it's nothing to do with psychiatry.
Yeah, well, I guess we can answer both. The first one of those, there was clear awareness they were being used as dumping grounds, and that's why they were kept open, far from that being a reason to shut them down. This was psychiatry being used to mop up all kinds of awkward social problems, and that still goes on all the time. People try to use psychiatry and to explain things they struggle to explain, or to solve social problems that they otherwise struggle to solve. So there was full awareness that most people didn't need to be in there. Ireland did not have a higher rate of mental illness than any other country in the world. And that is now very, very clear. We didn't have an epidemic of mental illness. We had an epidemic of mental hospitals. And once you start these institutions, it is so difficult to scale them down or to close them down, because of all the employment, because of, even in Ballinasloe, in Ada English's time, the most powerful person in the asylum was the store manager, who looked after the comings and goings, the buyings, the sellings, the asylum farm, all of that. That was the person with the power in the community, not the medical superintendent. So these were very socially created, socially embedded institutions, only medical in the vaguest possible sense of the term. And nobody wanted to close them down. Nobody up in Grange Gorman, St. Brendan's in Dublin, the doctor there, a Dr. Connolly Norman, he started a program called Boarding Out. He saw most of his patients could actually live outside the asylum, and he wanted to send them out to families, their own or someone else's, for periods of time, but he was blocked. He was completely blocked from doing that for fear that the asylum would become any smaller than it was, because it was so important. So the government responded the way it often responds to doctors at the time. It changed salary structures, and it did it in such a way that it linked salary with the number of patients in the asylum. And this stopped those irritating doctors from constantly trying to discharge people, because it changed the incentives.
In Greco-Roman antiquity, something like epilepsy was regarded as the hieros nosos, for example, the sacred disease. And if somebody seemed to have any kind of possession, you had God in him, from which you get the modern word enthusiasm, which has changed its meaning to some extent. Maybe it shouldn't always, but it has. And I wondered when this changed, so that a more secular attitude towards mental illness supplanted the old view. A lot of these things were taken over directly from antiquity into Christianity, sometimes baptized, like you had saints attached to wells rather than naiads, nymphs, and so on. And the church, I mean, this might have influenced the church's unwillingness to have too much contact with the mad. There were people that you couldn't control morally, like you could ladies in laundries or orphans in orphanages and so on, and you kept your hands off them. You could exorcise the devils from individuals, but whether the church would have liked to take on 24,000 devils in 1940 is another question, maybe.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of concepts there, particularly something about the worthy poor and the unworthy poor. And the asylum system grew from the prison system, where they had lunatic wards in some prisons and lunatic sections in some workhouses. So it came from a different start point that might have put the church off a little bit. And there was some early involvement from the Church of Ireland side in one or two asylums, the Quakers as well. So maybe the area was kind of, you know, cornered off by other groups, at least initially. But they were very secular, and the understanding very secular as well. And there were these older ideas about possession and so forth. But when the asylums were opened in the early 1800s, it was in response to social need. It was in response to wandering lunatics, as they put it. And, you know, there is this romanticized idea before the mental hospitals that maybe people with mental illness were looked after in communities, the farmer giving them food, the baker giving them bread, they slept in the barn. That all never happened. People with mental illness were either in prison, they died young, or they were incarcerated in their homes. There's famous evidence given to a committee in 1817 about Mayo, where the MP said that of all the afflictions I know of, none worse than madness. This is in Mayo in 1817. To deal with it, the family dig a pit in the floor of the house, 5 feet deep. They put the wretched being in there. There he lives, there he dies. So there always was incarceration, there always was exclusion and early death. There are, you know, there's a romantic literature about, you know, pretending this didn't happen, but it did. And the asylums were a well-intentioned effort to help with this. But of course, once you build institutions, it becomes about the institution, not about the person. So it is a complicated story, but certainly conceptions did change hugely since the time you were talking about. And sadly, that translated into a belief in segregation, keeping people apart. Also, the church probably wasn't interested because it had nothing to do with reproduction, something the church has always taken a particular interest in.
Yes.
If I may just add one comment in relation to why the church never got a foothold in our mental hospitals. It was partly because they were pretty well staffed and organized right from the beginning. There were male and female attendants employed to look after the mentally ill, and there were resident medical superintendents right from the early days. So unlike the workhouses, where there was really nobody employed to look after the poor and the destitute, and the guardians were quite happy to have the nuns come in from about 1850 onwards to look after the poor for nothing, of course, as we know. But in the mental hospitals, the workers were organized, and they also made sure that nobody came in and took their jobs and did it for nothing. So I think that's an important part of the story too. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that, Ruth. That's tremendously interesting. There is one really interesting part of the church standing back. It did keep an eye on things. So for example, when psychoanalysis swept across Europe and the US, it never made much inroads here in Ireland. The church was bitterly opposed to it. But the other thing a decade or two before that, was across the mental hospitals all around the world, there was a program of basically eugenics, a program of sterilization. Now, you know, putting people in institutions for decades is a form of sterilization in some senses, but also active sterilization procedures being carried out. But this didn't happen in Ireland because the church assertively dissuaded medical professionals from engaging in any kind of sterilization. It stepped in and stopped the asylum doctors from doing it because that would be interfering with reproduction, something the church was, you know, virtually obsessed with. So one of the positives, if you like, of the church's obsession with reproduction and related matters at the time was that it stopped a program of sterilization, a eugenic type program sweeping through the asylums the way it did in England, which had vast sterilization programs in its mental hospitals. So maybe that's I don't know, that's notching up one for the church there.
I thought Maurice was wrapping up. You are saying a word, aren't you, as well? Yeah, well, we've had a wonderful afternoon and stimulating. Thank you. Thank you for coming again and for engaging so well. And a big thank you to Brendan Kelly and Ida Milne. Yeah, it was really a healthy discussion and wide-ranging and informative. The next event is, isn't that right? Do you want some more? You want to talk about that? That's good. Thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for monitoring that session for us. And again, thanks to Stephen Collins and Ruth for monitoring the two sessions this morning. So that brings the first part of our events today to an end. There is a second part, and that will take place in, as we call it here, the field, which is shorthand for the Gaelic athletic field. Just when you go up the town, you'll see a rather large building, the O'Connell building, appropriately enough, but anyway, there's scaffolding around it. That's where, if you just turn left there, it'll bring you into the Clonkeating Memorial Park. And there will be an interview, a session with Mickey Nedo Sullivan, who's one of the great characters and great legends of Kerry football, captained the Kerry team in 1975, and somebody who's been involved in Kerry football forever and a day, mentoring, coaching, and as I said, as a player. So those of you who are interested in that and want to attend that, if you, as I said, go up towards the town and it's down to the left, there's no sign, of course. We wouldn't have anything like that. you turn left, you'll see a rather large building. As I said, there's scaffolding around it, and that's where you turn left. So that's the best. It's a Kerry description of how to get there, you know. So we'll welcome you there. It won't take very long, maybe about an hour thereabouts. We've always sort of had this kind of connection with the GA since our school began. It's another dimension to life here in South Kerry, very important dimension to life here in South Kerry. So it's really to celebrate that connection. We have this down the field every year. Tomorrow's program will begin in Derrynan at 10 o'clock, I think, isn't it? Yeah, 10 o'clock. And we will begin at 10 o'clock, said I optimistically. And again, the program is as laid out there, so we will welcome you to Derrynan tomorrow. And I'd just like to end by just thanking the staff here in the hotel for facilitating our school today. You know, we've shared this space, as they say in America. We've shared the space with our Ukrainian friends. We've welcomed them to Cahirsiveen, and we are glad that they're among us. It's not an easy time for them, but in any event, as I said, we've shared the space with them today. We're glad they're here, and we hope that the affairs in their country will improve sooner rather than later. So thank you very much. But I would encourage you to go to the field. It's always a very interesting aspect to our school. And as I said, I told you how to get there. So we look forward to seeing you down there and to see you tomorrow in Derrynan. Have I forgotten anything, Mary? Derrynan is full tomorrow, but I'm sure not everybody will turn up. I'll be killed for saying that, but anyway, there you go. Anyway, we hope we'll see you there. So again, thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed the day's proceedings, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. by the way, I should add that when the lockdown started last year, I started writing a history of Cahirsiveen in South Kerry. So this time next year, I'll be plugging a book on South Kerry.